What is up,
Hey guys.
everyone? And welcome all misfits to tonight's Skeptic and Ranting. 100% proof Quran is from God?
Absolute proof.
Absolutely. Tonight,
Undeniable.
we are watching a video from Digital Ummah called 100% Proof Quran is from God, proven once and all with undeniable facts, which are the facts, we love here.
So we're going to put the issue to bed today.
That's
over.
Right. James, I think we've heard this once before, but I think this has to be the time.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed. You just watch this video and we'll be converted. We'll be doing dawah by the end of this. It'll be fantastic.
Get ready to say your shahada.
Pray 5 times a day. I have to say, if you're a God and you need us to pray to you 5 times a day, you're a little needy. I'm not saying it has to be. I'm pretty sure they had to you have to negotiate that number. It started at 30 prayers a day, and then it just went down to 5 after they started. How about 1? How about 3? All right, 5.
Would it really be that big of a deal for you to get on your knees 5 times a day? I don't feel like that's pushing it for you.
James, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, and I guess for the big G man, you gotta put on those rubber pads 5 times a day.
5 times.
Little bit needy, but hey, we all have our things. But yes, come join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for some fun that's 100% non-profit.
Ooh.
What is up, everyone? That's right. Saying hello to everyone in chat. Randolph says, do you think they'll ever get down to 0 prayers a day? I like to think that is the correct amount.
Negative.
We're cutting in on the edge here. What is up, Pat? That's right. We are doing a magic show with ponies. Ha 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 ha. That's a different type of show, and that normally comes with what is it where the guys are going all sexy time? I'm trying to remember. It's like an opposite Hooters. What's up, Mark Smith?
Chippendales.
Chippendales, that's right. And I want to thank everyone, in fact, out there on the intertubes. If you're feeling fancy, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. And if you've recently gotten your 5G vaccination or booster shot, now is the time to activate. Boop, boop, boop. Thank you, government lizards.
And Amazon will now be using your body as a delivery portal.
That's right. It will come right in through one hole and out the other, and I don't know how anyone can take any of the last 2 sentences I said out of context.
You could live fine with one kidney, so that's space. Amazon could
be fine.
Transport the product there.
Maybe they'll have a new department, Amazon Kidneys. Hey, maybe they'll even be what's it called? Is that Prime deliverable? But if after you're feeling fancy to like and subscribe, also hit that bell icon so you can get all of our premieres or see our live streams where you could see these 2 schmucks hosting before you, because we are a skeptic channel. However, at the end of the video, we will be going into our open mic where you can say anything that's on your mind. Atheist or theist, liberal or conservative, come as you are. Just please, not on the sheets, not on the Flags, what are you
Amy's
trying to do to me here?
holding that figurative microphone in her hand as she's saying that. Like,
listen, we have to deal with the serious questions tonight. Don't you agree, McQuackles? Quack. Thank you.
quack, quack.
Exactly. I can't believe you would say something so daring yet so true. This housekeeping, or tonight's housekeeping rather, is sponsored by our Patreons at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more amazing skeptic content, including awesome Patreons like triggering the Abrahamic religions, because seemingly they're religions older than theirs, but those aren't the classical theistic religions. KO Champ! Woohoo! Thank you, Coach Champ.
Thanks.
And sending also love to the brother from another mother, Oz from the ABS Round Table. Woohoo!
Network group.
Gang Yo. That's right. The Atheist Network Group, because sometimes we're looking for better conversations. We're looking for a better non-believer community, which means you better get your tookus over to tart.live to get a better event with all of your skeptical brothers and sisters. Woo!
It'll be a blast.
It'll be a blast. And not the type that religions awfully give us. Whether into planes or abortion clinics, really it's all the same. Religion. But also sending love to Ian Davenport as we level up in the skeptic community.
Oops.
And I don't know. I'm trying to see. Does this look like a watch? It has arteries, but no. Doesn't look like a watch to me. To scale, though. Definitely to scale.
Yeah.
Sending love, Ian. And also,
thanks, Ian.
as we listen to people who make, let's just say, bold claims, like, no, really, 100% proof that the Quran is true. Well, it makes Grumpy, James, and I kind of go, beep, 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 beep.
Yeah. Those claims kind of triggered Peter, too, if you remember last time we dealt with that. For nearly 11 hours of YouTube history.
Oh my. That's right. I will say, if you would, this is our second time dealing with someone who has claimed that if you watch this video front to back, not stopping, that you will be converted. And it holds the record, I believe, for the longest stream that we've ever done, which was 10 hours.
Our previous record was like 7 hours.
Which was Donald. I think Donald has our second. So sending love to Donald and the preacher out there. But, these type of claims, they just...
You're setting some lofty goals. You're setting a high goalpost there.
Indeed. You are setting kind of, in my opinion, a standard that cannot be achieved.
Unless you were making videos for an omniscient, all-powerful deity, well, then those claims would be easy to achieve because their deity wouldn't allow them to fail.
Well, you would think that if he's the almighty, all-knowing, all-powerful creator of the universe, that would actually be easy.
Easy to demonstrate, yeah.
The claim that the often asked question from theists, I think I heard it last night on the debate from Stewart, is, the star question, which is, if the stars align behind you and says, and they says a lot of things with the English. and it says that there is a God, would you suddenly go to your knees? Theme of the night, I think, tonight.
You were on them already. So.
Oh, baby. That's right. Already there. Save me time. And just find God. And I actually think, in first blush, this is all, a lot of atheists will almost grant this. I think you shouldn't grant that at all, because I actually think that is easy to brush away. You just need to put it in the opposite bucket to see why that could easily be technology. Just say, well, if the stars aligned and you see there is no God, are you giving up the good book, the good news, and are you giving up?
What do you mean if
the last
stars
prophet
said there is no God?
Yeah.
Would they abandon their faith?
They abandon their faith. Now, there probably are some that would say, okay, that is evidence that there is no God. That would not be, I already don't believe that there is a God. To me, while that would be a good start, that would be evidence. It's better evidence we ever have gotten. We're never even given that.
Because that would take something powerful if it was legitimate to do that.
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
Power beyond our ability to comprehend, almost godlike power. So
it would definitely be an amazing force. However, if there's a species that's so technologically advanced that it's like
they can
our
move
version
stars
of the car, and they're just moving stars because that's some
what
aliens
do,
graffiti, and it's very hard to evaluate such a tremendous claim, especially when we're never given it. But I would say that you shouldn't 100% move in any direction. You could say it's evidence.
Yeah.
But
points to a direction.
You could say that's a new data point, but we're never even given that data point.
Well, I would say that even though it's not written in the stars that there's no God, I would say this draws back to the concept we touched on a few days ago about absence of evidence, and the fact that we have looked so far and so wide and have found nothing to indicate that there is a God. While not conclusively proving there's not, it certainly is a heavy weight on that side of the scale that we've looked all this far. We haven't found anything yet. Maybe he's not really there.
I agree with you. I think that it actually looks more like not an empty universe, but as far as life goes,
purposeless, random stuff happening,
chaos and coldness.
The laws of physics working on matter and energy. That's all that we see in any direction.
And it's not to be grim. It's just to face the facts that most of the universe is freezing or burning. We're in the happy little fun zone, the actual
pulsars, quasars, gamma ray bursts, neutron star collisions, black holes, galaxy mergings.
The universe really isn't that fine-tuned for us. It's basically what they're saying when they say the universe is fine-tuned to life. They mean the universe is fine-tuned to have some life somewhere in some pockets of the universe, which doesn't sound as impressive.
Because maybe if we had a observable universe like 20 trillion or 20 billion light years in expanse, and you had countless trillions of stars and planets in there, you might expect that one or two might have something strange going on there.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, not only that, but I always get upset when people say or get freaked out that we're meat machines or chemical reactions. You call them
fizzing chemicals,
fizzing chemicals. It's like, but we're one of the coolest chemical reactions in the universe. Most of the universe is freezing or burning. We're actually going out here and throwing frisbees and doing climbing mountains and doing interesting things.
And we are chemicals. That's what we
are. Well, they love to to try and use language to their advantage by making it emotional. Like, are you
Yes.
calling me rock soup? Are you saying that I'm a monkey? It just implies all this stuff, like how dare you look down on me, when really we should once again be removing their presupposition. Like, how dare you look down at our monkey brothers and sisters who are just as evolved as we are, because that's how evolution works. It's not like you're up here and the other animals are down here, and
because they're equally well suited to live in their environment as we are. That's all
exactly.
evolution cares about.
And
Doesn't care
honest,
about technology or writing or even intelligence. It's just about being able to live in your environment.
just about being able to live. And you can easily just take this by picking a lion and any human that thinks they're smarter, and we'll just drop the lion and them on an island and see who lasts longer. Because nature doesn't always care. It cares about intelligence sometimes. Sometimes it just cares about you having the legs fast enough to get away from
razor sharp teeth and claws, exactly. And being much heavier than a human. But on that same token, if you put 5 or 6 humans on that island, that lion is going to be in trouble. And that's our biggest advantage, is that we have the intelligence to be able to work together. And when we do that, we can accomplish great things, which is exactly what the God of the Bible does not want us to do.
100%. We're also, bang off that, we're also the tool makers. So we eventually, if we have all of our shit, we are fantastic, because that tends to be our thing with the opposable thumb. But take that stuff away. Once again, take the community away, take the 5 people away.
A tiger versus a human, it's not going to be pretty.
But I mean, even a deer has a chance of surviving better than some humans. It's just about, like you said, we rely so much on each other. Going back, not to go pull a Joe Rogan, going back to DMT, but we need each other. Every morning we wake up, and basically our lives are able to function because of dozens and dozens of people who have created products for us and allow us to just get on our merry way.
They allow us to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps.
And all right, sending also love by pulling up by the bootstraps, and the skeptic community treating women as, what was the word? Humans. Look at that. Sending love to Diana.
Thank you, Diana.
3 princesses in 1. Which just makes me think of Powerpuff Girls. But nonetheless.
Spice Girls.
The Spice Girls. Those were a good time. Was that 90s? That was 90s music.
That was 90s, yeah. Okay. Having a younger sister at the time, I had to endure a lot of that torment.
I'm so sorry, James. I definitely didn't listen to any of the music over and over and over again. Good time.
I'm sure you didn't.
Kind of like, I'm into that early 2000s rock. So,
Nickelback.
I was trying not to say that out loud. I played a game, I think, on one of my comedy things where it's like 2 truths and a lie. And I knew that I could work with the stereotypes. So I front-ended the lie. I was like, I've been going to drama camp since I was in kindergarten. I do something else, and I like Nickelback. And none of the people believed that I like Nickelback, and they were all like, oh yeah, she's in drama class. I'm like, it works. Stereotypes.
It works.
It's the lip ring. It's the goddamn lip ring, ladies and gentlemen. But I would totally have loved to have gone to drama camp. I like acting, but I can't help it, ladies and gentlemen. Even though I'm wearing black, I'm mostly a basic bitch. So it's black Ugg boots instead of just regular kinds, and then Nickelback. I'm trying to think. Maybe Rockstar. But also sending love. I'm through with standing in line for clubs. Will never get copyright strike. Sending love. There we go.
Good
And
photograph. That's even
also,
worse.
look at
Look
this
at this
photograph.
one. Yeah. There you go.
Every time I do it makes me laugh. That guy just had, as I shout in the microphone, I just have that guy in my head with the locks looking at you like this. Oh, but yes, also sending love. I see all the hearts coming in chat. Woo-hoo!
From Randolph, yeah.
From Randolph.
Randolph's giving us a heart bomb.
And we're just sending hearts to all you out there in chat and all the viewers like you. But also, we are sending love to our very own Pat Lowinger.
Hey, Pat.
Where we, as James was just saying, we just recently took an archaeological look at is evidence of absence, not absence of evidence, from an archaeological perspective of our own Pat Lowinger and his two buddies, John and Robert, who came by to have some fun.
Archaeologists.
Hi. I know some fellow archaeologists.
That moonlight coming back in.
Moonlight's coming back. Oh, our cat overlords. We can't help it. But they would never be sentient species. That's the thing, James. It was just the robot cat. You got to understand. They're not as sophisticated as, the people who made the Quran, who, clearly couldn't have made it any other way, or the Bible, or the Torah. Want to draw with as
Book of
many
Mormon
brushes as I can, because,
Book of Mormon.
The Book of Mormon,
yeah.
which shares a lot of similarities with Muhammad. In my opinion, the difference is just the PR. In that Muhammad is like, I'm the third coming. This is the last prophet, and Joseph Smith is like, no. This is like Christianity 2.5. So it's like how they market it, even though
the last prophet, and then
the last prophet.
Mr. Wonderful threw him off Shark Tank.
Damn it!
Nobody bought it.
No one bought it. No, those damn seer stones that tried to get him all those 18,000 wives. But yes, we're sending love to Pat Lowinger, and also as we gather all of the skeptics together and we listen to claims like 100% proof that the Quran is from God, it makes, I don't know, Dale Pastel and all the skeptics kind of ask for a little bit of empirical evidence.
Do you think they'll be presenting a lot in this video?
Oh, James, it has to be chocked full, right?
Tons of hard-hitting evidence, I think, is coming our way.
I mean, they can't even guarantee that with hand soap and sanitizer, and man, 99.9 can go fuck itself. 100%, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolute proof.
Oh, absolute.
I mean, no, makes sense. I would put the space lizard conspiracy in the high 90s probability, but this just blows that away.
Exactly. This is like even more concrete evidence than just the reptilian overlords that installed our 5G chips in the vaccines.
And we've seen you shapeshift many times on air, and some people are going to doubt that. But
yes, they doubt that I get my green makeup from Ulta or Sephora. Look, sometimes you need a nice lizard green. It really brings out the red in my eyes.
I mean, you see sometimes Amy lick her own eyes. Like, you guys might not see it, but yeah, she licks her eyes sometimes. And she breaks character.
Every once in a while, you'll just see me do a blink this way, where the eyes... I forget what that flap is that I have.
Epithelial fold or something.
Thank you.
Like that.
Exactly. I get it from my mother's side. She has very big epithelial folds. That
Slit
sentence, once
pupils.
again, could not be taken out of context in any way. What were we talking about anyway? Setting love.
Thank you, Dale. Best in show.
To also, as we look at this round Earth, it makes all of the, it makes the flat earthers a little bit sad because they're like, listen, you gotta just understand that our fisheye lens eyes are actually taking the flat earth and just making it look round.
Yeah. Now that Bubble just posted something very amazing in chat. It's actually one of the most amazing things I've seen in a long time.
Let's see. Let's take a look here. Bubble says, I've actually heard Christians say the vaccine is the number of the beast. Like, what the fuck, man? You're just trying to look crazy. Yeah, I mean, look, that is how you know that the world is ending, when people are starting to deliver cures based on scientific theories. Damn yeah. Oh, science. But I agree.
But when our good friend Bubble is declaring people crazy, you really have to take a step back and let that sink in. But hey,
the number of the beast.
It is a ridiculous claim, so he is right on that one.
I just always think that it's funny how just such malice intent to such. Everything's got to become a little bit politicalized. Like
they're putting fluoride in the toothpaste. You don't want? Okay, you want more cavities? Okay.
Like, I don't understand.
Yay.
How something gets. The only thing I can think of is that comes from fear. I don't know something, therefore. Right, Kitty,
they're putting stuff in the water.
They're putting stuff in the water.
Or, exactly. What are those funny looking clouds coming out off behind those planes? That's something to kill me.
Damn you, government lizards, with your space lasers. Also, this Patreon also sponsored by George Soros.
Yeah. But definitely. Thank you, Dave Garr. And Dave Garr.
And Dave Garr. That's right. Thank you, Dave Garr. And to any of the flat earthers that think I'm unfair when I unmoderate. No. See,
Sewer.
Whether I disagree or agree with you, always going to give everybody a fair shot, even when you come on to the show. I think sometimes, we almost overcorrect and sometimes give people too much time. But that's
too
why
much leeway.
Some theists don't come on, because they're like, look, I just want to be free of Nephilims, and I just want to declare that on the channel, and then leave before anyone
Ian in the house. Hey, yeah, okay, Nephilim. Yeah, present some evidence. Provide some logic for your claims. Well, what do you mean? Shouldn't you be muting me and kicking me? No, we're waiting to hear your evidence.
No, we're
waiting to hear you make an argument.
We're here. You ready?
Make your case. Yeah. Well, why am I not muted? You're not muted because we want to hear your fucking evidence.
In fact, Dorothy Baby, if you watch our videos, come on here.
Which I'm sure he religiously does.
Kick you from the channel. We want to hear that lovely script. I want to tell you to your face that a necessary thing is not necessary, or an ultimate. What is your ultimate necessary thing? What is your ultimate necessary thing for being?
Yeah.
So I think you're throwing words on the table.
Donald's buddy, Dark Matter, just did a video about that today. I saw that was good.
Sending love to Dark Matter.
About the necessary being. Yeah. Or the ultimate.
Baby. Well, and it's just so unscientific. I don't know what to say. I get all of this stuff also from Muslims, from all of these contingency arguments, all of these, you need something before, or you need something to ground. Well, I'm going to need you to actually give me a scientific reason or a theory for why that is. cough in. Sorry, channel. Ugh.
Welcome back, Newman.
Thank you so very much. Seeing Tinkle Tink, and seeing Pat and Randolph and Skywatcher, Bubble, just sending love to all of you out there, as well as our lead hyena of the pack. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, Scott.
Hey, Scott.
Who reminds us that I'm pretty sure, because I was listening to some of the video beforehand, another guy who just shits on other animals. Once again, this channel is not sponsored by PETA. I'm fairly sure that James and I are both heavy carnivores. Yeah.
We embrace our evolutionarily given
it has
status as
nothing to do
omnivores.
with that, because it's like thinking it's that the lion looks down on us to eat us. It's part of nature. No. We respect other animals. We don't want to torture other animals. I believe, and I think the term I like to use is hotel farming and all this stuff.
Humane, the best conditions possible.
But it's just the notion of really having dominion. Just this like ownership, like they were here for us. Is just a toxic way of viewing life, as if like this was all your gift handed to you.
We are apex predators, like the tiger is an apex predator in his environment, but I don't think the tiger is not evil when he attacks an animal to eat it. He's just doing the only thing he can do to keep himself alive, because that's all evolution allows him to eat is meat.
100%.
It's not bad. He's not being mean or trying to be mean. He's just surviving.
And it was one of the points that I thought about when you were when we're going over the island, is that yes, we are an apex predator, like you said. We are one of the top of the food chains. It just doesn't mean that because we are able to survive because of us coming together, once again using tools, that just doesn't mean that we are the pinnacle. It doesn't mean like our dog is like, how could I be so much more? If only I could be human. It's like, no, I'm happy being
that
successful.
He's got
dog.
Me to open the gate for him, because he has no clue how that's accomplished. He just knows that he stands there and waits for and I magically open the gate. He doesn't have any clue what's going on with that, but
and it's a pretty good gig.
Yeah.
The joke is you don't know which one's the pet. We basically, if we're the ones picking up the poop, are we the pet? Are they the pet? Then they just go and they sit, and then we feed them, and exactly. I'm not sure which one's the smarter one in this deal. But yes.
Oh, yeah.
And love.
Thank you, Scott.
Duke. And also, just because I'm reminded, Answers in Atheism, where Scott often hangs out with our lovely Speed of Sound. Woo-hoo, go check out Speed's channel. And also, our Skeptic Bible Study often makes us get a little bit thespian. It kind of goes every once in a while out of exposition mode and goes, thou shalt stab everyone for having an interfaith marriage, or thou shalt die. But yeah.
Amy, are you hungry? Would you like some quail? Would you like something to eat? I am so sorry I brought you out of Egypt and I forgot to feed you. You guys are starving. I'm God. Let me just conjure up some food for you guys. Eat and be happy. Nobody should go hungry, because I am God and I can provide unlimited amounts of food with no cost to me. So just go ahead and enjoy your meal.
That's right.
And continue worshiping me.
Continue worshiping me. And I'm just going to take one bite of this quail and...
Oh, what happened? What happened? Oh,
Yeah.
does anybody else have any more complaints? Does anybody else want to cry? Oh God, I'm hungry. Oh God, I want some. Anybody else? I didn't think so.
That good old complaint department, James. That's where God likes to take things up with.
Hey, you don't want to piss off the boss. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to. You want to make a complaint on the boss. He gets a little mad when that happens.
Oh, James, he gets a little mad. Makes us laugh. Oh, but no, he's the guy who loves you, even though he's going to send you to hell forever and ever and ever and ever. Some more copyright claim. Thank you. But
I believe it is
just
square root. That's a better question for Amy, but yeah.
What's
God equals square root of -1.
Isn't a bear a big, hairy, gay man? Well, I like to think so on a good day. Trying to think what a witty retort is. I'm going to say yes, it is. But also, they're cute, adorable carnivore carnivore, lovely individuals. Because I love bears. They look like giant dogs. I know they would absolutely rip me apart, but they're just so adorable.
Or they would rob you from your campground, your picnic basket.
Yes, rob my picnic basket.
They'd rather do that than eat you, but if there's nothing else around.
They're omnivores anyway. They basically are happy to get
as
anything.
Wilson said.
Wilson! And last, but certainly not least.
Oh, that would be evil, Pat. That would be a terrible.
Pat says God would make the absolute worst contestant on an episode of Undercover Boss. Yeah, he would. He's kind of a dick, if I'm being honest.
God going into the Vatican, posing as a cardinal and, not caring about all the child molesting priests or whatever. He doesn't really care about that. But anybody who expresses any doubt or any, anything against him, and he sends them immediately to hell.
Yep. Well, that's the other thing, is that God never heard any of the cries from any of the children from the Catholic Church, didn't hear any of the people being pushed through the Holocaust, but in good news, he did find my car keys.
God's like, yeah, the priest, you got like 7 complaints against him. Tell somebody who cares, but this fucking guy, he has a little bit of doubt about me. He is not 100% convinced.
So I'm going to make sure that we find the minivan car keys or whatever. No, it'll makes perfect sense if you don't think about it.
Once he's burning in hell, then he'll know then that I'm real. He'll find out real quick how much I love him.
So evil. Something that just a villain does. Like if this isn't every religion or every theist, but if the one qualification for burning forever is knowledge of God, and then the one thing you give them before you burn them forever is knowledge of God, you're evil. Like, that is just there to say, guess what? You got wrong. The biggest question in life, and now you're going to die and burn and be tortured forever. It's hey, this game show sucks.
And sure, yeah, I did everything within my power to hide myself from you so you wouldn't know that I was real. Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. You
would have had
to have believed on bad evidence.
Right.
You would have had to have taken a leap of faith.
An arbitrary choice to believe. You're just going to choose to believe it anyway, even though you don't have sufficient evidence.
And if not, you're going to burn forever. So what a deal. What a deal.
Yes. And thank you, Rachel.
Yes, that's right. Last but certainly not least, thank you so very much to Rachel Holland. boom, boom, boo, 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 the third copyrighted song. Woo! Thank you so very much, Rachel, sending love and reminding everyone that the Bible would never endorse slavery, James.
Well, you should have done another Nickelback song. Are we having fun yet?
Trying to remember more. I didn't remember animals. I'm just trying to. The lyrics are all escaping me right now. I was about to say, I'm trying to think of How You Remind Me, but I don't know if How You Remind Me is Nickelback. I don't think that is.
It is.
Oh, it is. Okay. That's the one.
Yeah.
You
Oh, yeah.
remind me of what I really am.
Oh, yeah. Are we having fun yet? Thank you, Rachel. I'm sure Rachel appreciates the Nickelback in the house.
Look, there's
She's probably got all the CDs and posters and everything, so.
Just a big Nickelback poster. Look, everyone shits on them, but everyone likes
comforter on the bed.
No one filled those concerts by themselves. And
Amy's in all the photos of them.
That's right. I want to just send one more big thank you to all of our patrons.
Thanks, guys.
Who enable us to make all of this fun content, along with our mods and, of course, viewers like you. And with that, before we get into the other viewpoint, contractually obligated to keep on finishing this song.
Third strike.
Third strike. Damn you, YouTube. 100% proof Quran is from God. Dun, dun, dun. Well, let's say I'm more than a little bit skeptical, as we should be when hearing any claim for 100% certainty, which is because we are rarely 100% certain about anything. Though it's no surprise to hear this from a Muslim, because we hear it from Christians, Jews, and insert your religion here saying the exact same thing. However, once we dig into the so-called mathematical proofs, like that atheism is 0 plus 0 equals 1, which is the Olympic medal receiver for Straw Man of the Year, proclaiming that atheists believe that something came from nothing, and started looking into the evidence that is actually given for a purported God from believers, we're left with a bunch of goose eggs. Is the Quran the work of a linguistic miracle? So impossible to have been created without the help from a higher being? Better pass that. Well, no. It was written by the scribes of Muhammad's era. Does it matter that Mo, like many of his time, couldn't read or write? He still gained the connections necessary that allowed him to write a book. Think of it like a ghostwriter, but for God. Well, how about all that scientific wisdom in the Quran that we couldn't have possibly known without the aid of a deity? You know, like a fetus looks like chewed gum. Well, not only is that not good evidence for a God, it's fairly silly. a human fetus is a natural occurrence. Even thousands of years ago, our ancestors could have learned, I'm going to call this quote unquote fact, from looking at miscarriages or autopsies. In fact, I struggle to understand wholly anything about the Quran or the scripture claimed from a prophet, because I don't believe the prophets exist. i.e., I'm not convinced anyone has a connection one-on-one with a god. But the actual text itself is plainly human-made, looking like a document that exactly comes from the time period that Muhammad lived. So when someone tells me that they have 100% proof the Quran is from God, I can't help but chuckle and shake my head. Sure. Get in line along the many other theist ice cream flavors. Or rather, get your butt in the lab. Because an extraordinary claim like that is going to need some extraordinary evidence. Thank you. And all right, James, are you ready to have some 100% fun?
I am. Yeah, I don't really have a formal opening. We can just go right into the video. But like you said, that was the whole thing about fetuses looking like chewed bubble gum, which is, might I add, a very scientific and detailed explanation. I mean, I don't know how more pinpoint you could get from a god, but as you pointed out, there were miscarriages, there were opportunities for people to look at uh, human fetuses that had died, that were not successfully carried to term, and yeah, that's not evidence of anything. That people in the ancient past did surgery. They had ample opportunities to look inside the human body. So not very convincing to me. But let's see what else they have to say.
And with that, we are going to now get the other viewpoint while we watch a video from Digital Ummah from 100% proof Quran is from God, proven once and for all with undeniable facts, which of course, James, as you said earlier, we're both talking about. That's my favorite kind of fact, is the undeniable kind.
And like you said, we have absolute proof of, there are very few things we know with absolute certainty. So to make a claim like that is quite a lofty claim to make.
Yeah, it's pretty ballsy. But I also would like to say, before we begin the show, send in love out there to the chatosphere. See
Will Stewart came in.
Watcher. I see Will out in there sending love to Will Stewart. And if you would like to see your comment posted on screen or read out loud, feel free to tag James W. and myself in chat, Amy Newman, just like Pat did. I'll be honest, when I first saw his name, I had to do like a double take. I was like, wait, is it? No. That's not Dr. Josh. And the fantastic Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament on sale now. Volume 1. Go a lovely attachment to our Skeptic Bible study as we go through the Torah. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, 100% proof that the Quran is from God, I feel like we're about to get converted, James. So you ready to be Muslim?
Here it comes.
Here it comes. That's what she said. Or he.
No mas pork for you. No more bacon. We getting sound here?
Hold on. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Let's try one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this fasty. How about now?
Getting some sound now. There we go.
Yeah, the static is his video.
Okay.
Gets a little conspiracy-ish right from the beginning, but hey,
A little bit.
Who's judging?
News of a mysterious lung disease in Wuhan had been around for weeks. Nevertheless, at the end of January, the words of senior pulmonologist Zhong Nanshan hit like a bombshell.
Now we can say with certainty that the virus spreads from human to human.
Until then, authorities had downplayed the risk of infection.
Like how almost sounded like we were doing an intro to a zombie movie, but okay, COVID, little bit.
Scrambled to control the crisis. Wuhan, a metropolis of 11 million, was locked.
All right, Heat Shield, get your final beer out.
A near breakdown of the healthcare system.
Oh, here we go.
But it's okay, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about the breakdown of the healthcare system because Islam.
God's got it covered, right?
Got you covered. Let Muhammad take the wheel.
واصبر نفسك مع الذين يدعون ربهم بالغداة والعشي يريدون وجهه.
Oh, okay.
Boom, baby. Look, props gotta go where props gotta go. I do enjoy the editing on this trailer, okay? I'm enjoying the visual effects. The argumentation of this video, yeah. But we'll convinced. We'll let you decide. But James, look at the mountains.
Look at the dog shit. Look at the sewers.
I know.
Look at the slums of Mombasa.
Descended upon a mountain. You would have seen this mountain.
Quran descended upon this mountain.
Crumbling? Oh.
From the fear.
So weird claim.
Oh.
Oh.
Like that pull apart, like that fresh bread that just crumbles right out of the oven.
Mm.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful.
You know, I always love when they make these claims. The most gracious, the most merciful. As if that could be measured. Oh, he's the we actually had a top 100 list of merciful people. Turns out God, number one. Oh, really? He lets everyone go to heaven? Well,
no.
I mean, what is merciful if you think about it? Oh, okay.
He's the most merciful God that there is. Well,
most
he's
merciful.
the only God, so
that's true. If there's only one, I guess. Though that also means he's the least merciful too, though, right?
That too. He's the first and the last.
This is a book which we have revealed to you, O Muhammad.
In order that you might lead mankind out of the darkness of this.
And I love this claim. Once again, looking down on others, as is many a trait of fundamentalism.
Like Pat was saying, that Muhammad portrayed the Arabian Peninsula as entirely pagan at the time, but there were significant inroads of the other monotheistic religions that had made their way into Arabia, so they were known about.
And I've heard that from ex-Muslims that, it seemed like Muhammad was envious of the Jewish and Christians. He wanted to be associated with them. He wanted to be associated with the people of the book, but he really has this, really looked down upon polytheists and atheists, non-believers. Like, I've only read a single chapter of the Quran, which I think we're going to do just to get it out of, because it's going to be a while till we actually do a Quranic study, because the Bible is long. And so I just want to do a single chapter, because I often hear this claim from Muslims who will go, well, have you read even a chapter? It's like, I went through the heifer, and it was just right off the bat, he has this fetish for you better freaking believe me, and the non-believers are evil. And so it's just very ungodly. I don't know what the word is. It's very, so 100% proof though. It better be strong, because I'm not impressed right out the gate.
Of course, the people who don't believe me are evil.
And so Muhammad saving, of course, similar claim to the Christians, who think that they were saving, the Mayans and the Aztecs and everywhere else that they brought their religion via, their tools of the trade.
Oh, guns.
Yeah.
In the oneness of Allah, by their Lord's leave, to the path of the Almighty, the owner of all praise.
Yeah, we've heard this shtick before.
It's like the Queen of England's titles, like the Duchess of this, the Empress of that, the Baroness of Leicester or Leicester,
which I find so ungodly.
Defender of the faith, sucker of the dick.
Oh my! One of the most unique and remarkable books. Okay, why?
Books mankind has ever known. The whole Islamic religion is based upon this one book. The Quran is considered as the direct speech of God, which was later recorded in written form.
Well, you guys can consider it that. I sure as hell don't.
And that, by the way, here's their PR pitch. It's the last and final message. So
the final countdown.
It's the final countdown.
So in order to live up to this unique status, it must contain some exceptional information.
Baby, it should.
Oh my.
How do we know it's from God?
Yes, please tell us.
One of the greatest mysteries of modern science in general,
I will tell you, but first,
in particular, is regarding the origins of human language.
Is it really, though?
Language is probably the hardest problem in science. Nobody knows how it works, and nobody.
I don't think. I feel like you should talk first of all with an anthropologist about this, or a linguist, or a neuroscientist.
Animals use sounds to communicate. It's not nearly as sophisticated as our language, but the concept is the same, using vocal sound vibrations in the air to communicate some type of information to another animal. I mean, that's not a groundbreaking concept. Even the rabbits will thump their foot down on a log if there's a predator approaching to warn the other rabbits, and you can easily see how evolution would teach something like that.
And I swear, the birds, I mean, they're like the nail salon. They are completely having conversations behind our backs.
You can almost have a conversation. Yeah. The dolphins, the whales, they sing. They don't need to communicate with as sophisticated a language as we do in order to see. We need that because, like I said before, our biggest advantage is working together. So we need to be able to communicate that high level of detail and structure that most of the other animals do fine without.
Yep.
He knows where it came from. We can all do it.
Yeah, we're taught.
Driving a car.
Evolution.
You start and come out and you're like, boom, and you start talking. You have to go through a teaching methodology with your parents to learn and mimic and get it wrong and then say things.
Drive a car, but we don't really know how the machine works.
Also, this was another thing I was thinking about when I first saw this. Yes, it is true. You can use a car without knowing how it works. That does not mean there are not people out there that know how a car works.
Noam Chomsky, one of the greatest political commentators alive, but whose actual expertise is linguistics, claims that the only way to explain language is not via the typical means of evolutionary biology.
An
When
atheist, by the
incremental
way.
mutations occur and a trait gradually evolves.
Mutation happened in one individual. From there, it spread to all other people and eventually created all the languages of the world.
Since there are no other species of animals that even come close to our ability.
I hate this. There we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
We're so amazing. Look at me. How special am I?
To speak, it is clear that humans are atypical in this gift. And something must have happened in us that didn't happen in any other animal.
One of the things
No?
that makes language unique, I think, is that we can generate...
And in fairness, this guy, it sounds like this guy is like cutting and diving in between someone's TED Talk and his own theology.
Right.
So we don't even know the full
Context. Yeah.
There's an infinite capacity to say something different. Animal language or animal communication, on the other hand, is mostly repetitive, automatic, and emotional, and doesn't create new meanings.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa. What in the hell? Like, I don't even know how he could substantiate that claim.
But as if he speaks the language or knows exactly, how to decipher it.
What is the guy who talks with animals? Dudley Doolittle? Is that who this guy is?
No, Dr. Doolittle.
Dr. Doolittle, thank you.
Eddie Murphy, yeah.
Like, are you really telling me that you have been able to talk with like another animal, get in their mind, and they were just like potato, potato, potato? I don't know.
Aside from Mr. Ed.
Yeah.
World famous psychologist Steven Pinker,
another atheist. I'm glad you're quoting many atheists.
Acquisition of languages, and argues that languages are innate in humans, without really explaining how this innateness came about.
How can there be so many languages, each of them impenetrable to all of the others?
Oh, maybe because people evolved in different areas.
Exactly. These languages formed off of one another, and oftentimes as sister and brother languages, like if they're, for example, the Romance language.
You do have language families. I mean, you could look at the Asian languages, and they share a lot of similarities and a lot of differences, but you can actually track, how they evolved over the centuries. It's not that hard to see how that could have happened before we were tracking it.
It happens naturally.
Yeah, Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese, all different, but all kind of similar in some ways.
We all have a syntax. We all have grammar. There are things that every language has that we can pick up. It's why I can do the Pentecostal nonsense where I can just go umukataketa, umukase ata, umukiseke. Because it's using
Bamba no mamba.
Bamba no mamba.
Kicka my chicka. Namandaba.
Because there are certain things that we pick up on as humans. We build these structures. We form sentences, and our brains naturally learn how to form these patterns because we get used to them. And all right, any child can learn any of these languages, okay?
Provided they start early enough. So that's a paradox. Any kid can learn any one of them, yet most of them.
No, it's not. Hate to keep it. We're 5 minutes in. This guy is giving so much shit. That's not what a paradox means. A paradox is not any.
Yeah.
So that's a paradox that any kid can learn any of them, yet most of us only learn one or two of them. No, you could say that's sad or disappointing or you wish we knew more. That's not a paradox. That's not what a paradox means. But sure,
I mean, I
the
wouldn't say
reason
any
that
kid.
happens, yeah, not
There are
any.
some people who are nonverbal.
And the reason that happens is because our brains are more elastic for language and for that type of thing when we're younger, and it gets a little bit more solidified as we get older, and it becomes harder to learn. Not impossible, though. New people pick up languages every day.
Right. But it is harder after
It is,
childhood.
but I think that's for a biological reason. I don't think that's from there's no God reason for that, right?
I think it has to do a lot with like once your internal monologue gets set, that's like the frequency that your brain runs on, and you kind of get stuck in when you're learning another language, you have to translate everything back into your internal dialogue when you're learning it. That's just a complicated thing to do.
I also think are the narrative thoughts, the ones that are actually in English. It's not for us maybe anymore, but it's almost like practice, in our heads. And so you're hearing it over and over and over again, and it just, but we do this when I say gracias. We do this all the time. You could feel your little translator working. But what happens is that almost becomes Americanized, Englishized. It becomes part of it because we know it so much. But that's what our brains are doing. Not wholly, once again.
Us only learn one.
And not a paradox.
What is truly fascinating in all of this is that the one gift that the Quran explicitly mentions as having been divinely bestowed on Adam is that of language.
Okay, so that's one evidence I'm going to take from this video for God not existing. We just heard a definite claim. Okay, we have language because of Adam. We do not have language because of Adam. I'm going to
no evidence Adam even existed.
No evidence. I'm not agnostic towards this. Adam is not the reason that we have different languages, nor is the Tower of Babel. So not cutting the Bible any slack, but no, Quran. If a Muslim is going to be telling me this, I'm going to be putting that in the check for no God, not God. But thank you.
Thanks for playing.
Thanks for playing. I don't even believe Adam exists. That's another thing I get.
Yeah.
A lot of Muslims will always be like, you come from this Christian perspective. And it's like, no. I don't believe the Torah, the stories in the Torah were real. So if you are telling
equally
me
bullshit.
Equally bullshit. So if you are grounding yourself on Adam and Eve, you need to prove Adam and Eve. Let's start with that one.
And the Quran says,
the signs in the creation of the heavens and earth, and the diversity of your languages and your colors. Wonderful. Indeed, in the signs are those of knowledge.
Allah mentions the blessings he has given to mankind.
Herpes?
Yeah.
The most
famine, pestilence, death, cancer.
Which is also way better than the half-off merciful. Taught him elegance.
Oh, I guess I need another lesson. You on mute, Amy?
Sorry, yes, I accidentally. Yes, the sun and the moon move by precise calculations. We can figure out precise calculations for them, but they're just running by the laws of nature.
Right. Descriptive, not prescriptive.
100%. And the stars and trees prostrate.
Language cannot be explained by modern science.
Are you really on? You still on this language stick? It is not a language miracle. I remember hearing this the first time, like a year or two ago, and
it was
not
a silly claim the first time we dealt with it.
Well, and I had never even heard about it, so I had to really think about it. But now, after marinating on it, it is clear there was no linguistic miracles in the Quran. I'd be like to hear some, but if you are going to tell me that it's perfect and we can clearly point out things, his trigger for non-believing is one of them for me, then it's not a perfect book. There's clearly.
Don't you remember in a previous Islam video they said that the Quran got this one word that they translated a certain way that turned out to be right, that all the other books were translating wrong.
Once again, so 7 people put a hypothesis forward. If you guess, you got a 1 in 7 chance you get it right. Does that mean that you were inspired by God?
Yeah, broken clock is right twice a day. You need more than just one lucky guess once in a while.
It also just annoys me that he's over-putting all of this cosmology stock footagery and talking about language.
Of course.
Trying to like make it a beefier thing.
Because it was a divine gift bestowed on us.
So funny thing, no, but you can be. No, I shouldn't say no. It's just like with the creationists. I have seen Muslim and Christian flat earthers. I've never really seen an atheist flat earther, and so it can happen though.
Between.
But
and only us from between all of the creation.
How are we to solve that problem? The common solution
not a problem.
Is a miracle. A miraculous thing.
A language is a miracle. Okay, I was trying to give this guy's TED Talk a little bit of slack here, but he keeps on saying things. Language is not miraculous. No.
All at once.
They're trying to say like there's something we don't completely understand everything about it. Therefore, it's miraculous.
Argument from incredulity. I don't know something, therefore must be God. Materialist Dan says, I don't think I've ever heard an argument that Muslims use that Mormons don't. Yeah, they're very similar types of claims. It's very much about saying, oh, I know you love Jesus. You love Jesus. You're going to love this third guy. It's the DLC.
Yeah.
Muhammad of the gaps. That's right. Just got to fill in wherever we don't know something. Just put them there.
Oh, okay. All of them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like their claims about evolution. Like, do we know every single detail, every single fact about how every single animal that ever lived evolved? No. We don't know. We haven't filled every single gap, and that's why so when they ask for like the transitional fossils and you show them one, and the first thing they're going to do is, okay, well now show me the transition between the 2 new transitions that you need. You can never give them enough to the point where they'll actually say, okay, yeah, that's a transitional species. They'll never.
I just have to say, James, that I want to give you an award because after saying the word trans 3 times, I now bestow upon you the Transitionary Tonight's Award. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But also, I have to agree so much with the Tinkle Take. Well, I'm going to give the props. That's the one props I'm going to give this guy. My background is in VFX and post-production. So, we'll give him props where it's due. That being said, it is also a little misleading because he's showing these cool freaking cosmological graphics and then being like, language. Did you know that language came from a black hole? Or I guess that's a supernova.
A quasar, a nebula.
Yeah. I mean, it's great, but save them for the cosmological arguments.
Or, tell us how Islam explains that.
Yeah. I didn't know we needed a favor. Can
He
you give
needs
me
a favor.
shake
He
weight?
needs favors.
Before he goes to
That's
bed?
what he needs. Yeah.
Scientists have been successful in finding out what part of our brain we use when we lie and deceive. This was only possible with the help of modern technology and equipment.
That's a little bit of a gray area.
You mean we didn't know that from the Quran? We had to use science to figure it out?
Yeah, how does the Quran?
When we knock this area out or we remove this area, people no longer deceive, and they don't deceive very well.
Now let us go back 1400 years.
Okay.
In the middle of nowhere, called Arabia. Allah revealed the following
The
verses
desert. In fact, my favorite thing to call the Abrahamic faiths is the Desert Trilogy.
96.
Oh, Tatooine. Fantastic.
Where he describes a disbeliever who denies the signs of his Lord.
Uh-oh, not a disbeliever. He will surely be dragged. Lying, sinning, warlock.
That's me.
The definition of forehead.
Good hairline,
Not
okay.
Hair growing just above the forehead. The Quran described this part of our head as sinning and lying.
What?
So one of the main candidates is right about here, right above your forehead. It's called the cingulate gyrus.
James, I know that was an English sentence. I'm just trying to figure out what it meant.
Trying to say this part of the brain is where all lies come from, right by the forehead.
What does that have to do with the Quran?
Because Allah called the disbeliever something to do with the forehead.
With the forehead? Therefore, yeah. I like
that was
how
scientific knowledge.
First of all, the scalp has literally nothing to do with the interior of the brain. So no. Excuse me one more time. No. But good shot. Good chance.
Oh, no, it's the area right behind the forehead. That's where all the lies come from, which I don't think that's probably accurate. Everything I think we've seen from neurology. Yeah,
it's probably much more complex. I think maybe they were trying to knock out a portion of maybe you have a harder time lying or something like that. But that being said, that has nothing to do with a holy book trying to say that because we sin at the top of our head is where we get lying. Well, where does murder come from? Is murder from? I mean, lying is one thing. Is if that's in the back of this head? Makes sense. Yeah. Makes total sense. Recites you the truth.
Well, if they have to tell us it's the truth, then that's
how you
immediately suspect. It's like how my girlfriend knows when I'm telling the truth, because when I offer and I say, hey, I'll put my hand on the Bible and I'll swear to God, she looks at me like, yeah, that doesn't mean shit to you. Like, oh, oops.
All right, James, you just gotta put your hand on this good book.
And then
Rachel
you can't lie.
says the same thing to me. She says, you laugh. She was like, oh yeah, I'll put the hand on the book. That'll totally, because what is God going to be? As if like you put that on there and now God tunes in. They're like, oh no, Jacob is going to be lying. How dare you? He was just normal lying before, but now he put his hand on a book.
Not just any book, my book.
Not just any book, my book. And here we go, taking the pot shots, ladies and gentlemen. The atheists always like this, but then he gets to us too, when they take shots at the other schisms.
His Lord and Savior. We want to say that we care for you. We
That's nice.
That's some fast type in there.
Commenting on Islamic videos. So we want to take this opportunity to invite you to the true religion. The religion.
The true religion.
The religion of Jesus. Islam and Christianity.
Like I said, it's all marketing. Come on, guys. Just like when Scientology is like, you can believe in all the other religions. We incorporate them all. We do it, even though, no, not really. Really, you can only believe in the one.
Christianity have a lot of similarities. But we as
so do lemons and limes.
1 + 1 + 1 can equal to 1.
Oh, yeah, the Trinity, yeah.
Just like
Here we go.
Can't accept the atheistic.
Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the atheistic claim that we all make? I think this is the actual definition of an atheist, right, James? I think so.
We're going to see it.
Yeah, see.
Claim that 0 + 0 can possibly ever give you 1.
I want to hear that one more time.
Similarities. But we as Muslims can never accept that 1 + 1 + 1 can equal to 1.
And
do you hear that sigh?
Yeah. It pretty much gets my straw man of the year award.
Let me paraphrase that, which we hear all the time. Why is there something rather than nothing you don't know, therefore God?
Bazinga. See? Or our favorite 1 + 1 = God. But sure, they can have all this with our atheistic claim, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for it? One more time.
Just like we both can't accept the atheistic claim that 0 + 0 can possibly ever give you 1.
Yeah. Newsflash. Yeah. We don't know where the universe came from. We don't know where the energy came from. We just don't know. We don't have a good answer for that right now. But just because of that, just because you could say we don't know, therefore I get to invent any bullshit explanation that I have, and you have to consider that equally possible, equally likely. I can say that the universe was farted out by a cosmic unicorn. And since you don't know, you don't have an alternative explanation, therefore you have to accept that my hypothesis is likely. No, we don't.
Need evidence. Zero people.
Are we getting evidence?
Do not commit excess in your religion. Yeah,
we're not getting evidence. I mean, they're singing hadiths. I hear that, but I'm not hearing any evidence.
Pretty music. Never gonna hate. Pretty music.
I mean, there are people who can sing religious songs, and the music is good. It's well sung. It's artistic and pretty to listen to. It doesn't provide any evidence for the religion, though.
Yes, it basically, just like, churches give us pretty stained glass and artwork and all this stuff. I can appreciate pretty music and the dedication it takes to actually learn the lyrics and add some texture to it. That being said, gonna need a little bit more than that. I always love the messenger. It's always about the messenger. It's the little things that bother me, because it shows me how human it is. Just like the praying 5 times a day, the fact that every time they need to say, like, peace be upon him after saying Muhammad's name, just shows me that it's nonsense. Like, I understand. We should give respect for the dead. I'm not going to sit here and be like, Muhammad, I am fairly sure, was not a myth. I've actually come across a single Muhammad mythicist. But
I think the evidence is pretty good for him.
And, he lived and died. So, like all of our human brothers and sisters, I'm not shitting on that. But I really I don't like this prophet nonsense. I don't like people who say that they can have one-on-one connections with God, and even further than that, that they're the only one who can, so you got to kind of come to them. Gotta give me your money, and I'll tell it to the big man up front.
I don't like people pretending to have answers they don't have.
That too.
Pretending that they know where the universe came from when they're just as clueless as everybody else. They're just making a baseless assertion and saying, well, since you don't have anything else for it, then we're just going to have to go with my baseless assertion. And no, we don't.
No, we don't. We can wait for evidence. We can reserve belief.
Withhold belief until we get something that actually makes sense.
It also doesn't make sense to me. Just why one messenger? If you can do it to Muhammad, keep on sending messengers, like good ones too, that can actually verify.
How many were before Muhammad? Were they all just like not up to par, and Allah had to he had to bring Muhammad out of the bullpen to clean up the mess that they left? I mean, I don't know.
Well, and the other linguistic miracle they always will talk about is how he created the book, but he couldn't read or write. Like, as if there were no other humans around and the book just formed. It's like other people wrote the book. Well, it's not that it's not even not a miracle. It's not even impressive. Like, you have to really jazz that up for it to be impressive. Like, ooh, he couldn't even read and write. How did it happen? It's almost like someone who could read and write wrote it and read it.
Well, yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, no Christian believes that Jesus actually wrote any of the New Testament. They all concede that even the people who believe that he really existed say that will concede, no, he didn't write any of it. It was accounts that were written down by other people, mostly decades after the events took place, after being probably passed down, and then they eventually got written down and compiled by people who could write.
And you would expect at least some knowledge. It's not that there's nothing right, I'm sure, in the Quran, just like I'm sure there's not, there are things right in the Torah and the gospel. It's just that it's like a crapshoot. It's like throwing things at a wall. Right. There's some good stuff. There's some bad stuff. It looks exactly like it came from. It does.
What humans generate, yeah.
And
we do some good things. We do some bad things, but we're human.
Exactly. It looks exactly like we are human. Night, Pat. Sending love
to
a good night, Pat Lowinger and anyone else in having a sleepy time and going to bed. We are sending you love. We will be here with you in the morning. But if you're staying for more fun and just joined us, we are Skeptic and Ranting on 100% proof. The Quran is from God, where we are looking from it's not type of, a dawah is more about inviting people to the faith. This is kind of like this. I would almost say this is an evangelical defense channel about why there are undeniable facts. And I'm glad, because so far James and I haven't been able to deny one of them.
What percent do you think we're up to? I mean, in terms of the 0 to 100, do you think we've cracked 1% yet?
I don't know. I'm just filled with all this impressive wisdom that we couldn't get from any other holy text. It's so funny. We could pick up a single biology book from third grade, and I would value that. I would take that every single day over the Quran. Every single day. But hey, maybe we just haven't fully seen it, James. We just don't. We haven't fully watched the video yet, so we haven't converted. It's in the process.
فآمنوا بالله ورسله ولا تقولوا ثلاثة انتهوا خيرا لكم إنما الله إله.
It's another thing. We get it. The whole one God thing, we get it. Monotheistic, fantastic. Exalted, he is above having a son. Oh. Once again, taking pot shots at Christianity, which, I mean, we think is funny, but...
Yeah. That's their main gripe with Christianity is just the Trinity.
Yeah, and it's their approach. It depends on. I find that many Muslim channels lean deistic. The Thought Adventure podcast, EF Dawa, now the EA show, they all lean, in my opinion, deistic, meaning that their claims are more about cosmology and contingency and things being necessary from a philosophical perspective.
Yeah.
And then there are what they call Quranists, which are, funny enough, most of these deistic Muslim channels actually look down upon, which to me is fucking funny, because they take it from a literal perspective and try to argue from that. It's almost like trying to give an analogy from a Christian perspective. But it's just
it's like the young earthers versus the more liberal theists who, accept evolution and accept the Big Bang, and they just piggyback God onto it, versus the young earthers that would say, no, you can add up the dates in the Bible. It all adds up 6,000 years. Take it or leave it.
No, it makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. What is up to freak? We are having fun. In fact, Kale Doggy says Amy has felt the noodle and purposely hides the Pastafarian truth. Dun, dun, dun. It's true.
That she has.
Touched by his noodly appendage every other night on good days. But sending love. Also, coffee in the house.
Caffey.
Woohoo! Sending love to all of you out there as we look for some 100% proof that the Quran is from God, which I'm sure will be.
And like we've said before, when we deal with these guys, like they hook you in with the deism. Like that's how, like they don't talk theology, they don't talk about doctrine or anything like that. They're just trying to get you to deism. And once you've already bought into that, that's when they start pivot to once you've accepted the fact that there needs to be a God, needs to be a being, well, now let me introduce you to Allah and let me tell you why he's better. His dick is so much bigger than the other gods, than the Jewish version, than the Christian version.
Their goal is exactly the opposite of my goal. My goal as a counter apologist is that I want to get people across the deistic line. I am completely happy with people just being evolutionary, old earth, round globe theists who just want to have the intellectual discussion with me about why a God exists, but I really do want to get people past the deist line. In the opposite vein, I believe a lot of these Muslim channels, just like the presuppositional apologetics channels, even though they can be just a little even more snooty, they're trying to get people past that deistic line. I don't know what it is about presuppositional apologetics that makes you sound like an asshole. Something about it. But
it's just so silly that it's almost infuriating.
Indeed. It makes us and a grumpy go bleep, 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 bleep.
Yeah.
What's up, Wesley? Well, I am sorry about whatever was going wrong, and I'm hoping for lots more good. Sending hearts out
Just
there.
send Amy the vision of that, and then she'll know. Send her that vision.
I get it. I'm once again, I never got the son of a god thing. That I always thought that sounded like a sitcom. Like it sounds Roman and Greek, and I don't think the Christians even realize how much that it sounds like. And he had a son, and then they go and they make fun of the Romans and the Greeks, but it's like just sounds similar. Yeah, it's probably true. I always love that too. The look up, God up, because
Wrong finger.
wrong film. Oh, and no, because I always find these gestures. It goes with the praying 5 times a day. It goes with the wearing hats if you're Jewish. If you're Ben Shapiro.
All the
Just all of
sacrifices
these
in the
little
Old
things.
Testaments.
Yeah, the little things you need to go to make sure that you're remembering God, because he's such a needy bitch.
Well, like I said, I think a lot of it is just to give people all this busy work to do, so they're not sitting around thinking about. They're just so busy blowing this God, they don't have time to sit down and actually think about, is he actually real?
Yeah. Well, if you start from the assumption that God is real and go out looking, then you're always going to come back with that conclusion. Or almost always.
Because it's almost impossible to falsify the way that they set it up.
Neither begats nor is born. Yeah, this is another shtick that I really dislike, because this is how they get into things like the Kalam, because they use fuzzy language like begins to exist, so they can set up the fact that God didn't begin to exist.
Because he's the special pleading for the Kalam.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have to have a beginning. Because we said so.
Because we said so.
A lot of the doubters claim that Muslims misinterpret these verses to fit science. First of all, we would like to invite you all to study the word of Allah with an open mind.
As we do.
And secondly, the Quran does not contain any science.
Another thing that just pisses me off from the other side is Allah just means God in Arabic. Like, if you are a Christian and you went to the Middle East, you would say Allah. The Americanized Christians would probably say God, because Allah, the word Allah, seems to trigger them. We don't believe in God or Allah. Whatever language you want to put it in, we don't believe.
But I mean, in the colloquial sense, Allah has become used to refer to the Muslim idea of God,
sure.
even though by the dictionary technical definition, it just means God.
I'll now go in the opposite direction. Something I really dislike about Islam is that it has Arab nationalization baked into it. Let me tell you, I've seen lots of hot, sexy Arabs, and it's seemingly, I think, a ethnic group that is close to the Jews. In my view, they're brothers and sisters, and if I put needles in the Palestinians and the Israelites, I think Mari would come back and say, you are the brothers and sisters.
They would have to be. So close in the region that has to be tremendous intermixing in the DNA.
But I just don't like any form of nationalization. That's why I don't like when people radically change their clothing and stuff, because although it feels like it's part of the religion, it is actually what has happened is just that the culture of that time just got frozen in amber, and now that gets mimicked. The long beards, the wearing their version of the specific hat, the having to know the Quran in just Arabic and not be able to truly understand it. Those types of claims all come from a mindset that is built with that kind of nonsense. If God honestly hasn't chosen, the Jews are not the chosen people, the Arabs are not the chosen. There are no chosen people. There are just people. That's it. It's just us, ladies and gentlemen. Look towards your right, look towards your left. That is it.
But it's clear that, like, probably from the Quran, but especially from the Old Testament, the whole point of all this, like, you get to why were these texts written? Why did these doctrines develop? And it's very clear that it was written by people who had an intense fear of their culture being eroded, of their identity being destroyed through intermingling and integrating with other peoples. So they wanted to set something up that would prevent that, that would insulate their culture by, in some cases, having peculiar customs that other people would look at you guys and say, we don't want any part of that. And oh, by the way, even if you do want part of this, pull down your pants and we have to cut off part of your dick, because that's just what you got to do to be part of our clan. So you would really only do that if you really wanted in. But and then all the things in the Bible about like the interfaith couple that they went out of their way to condemn that interfaith relationship because they're afraid of getting their culture eroded through interbreeding. And it's, xenophobia, but I think it's nationalism. It's complicated thing, but that's what they're tribalism. Yeah, that's what they're worried about.
Also, sending love. I saw Wesley had to duck out. Sending love to Wesley.
That's too bad.
I really do. Even though we tease all of our theist brothers and sisters, very appreciative for basically coming in and taking our questions and bants.
Coming to the lion's den.
The lion's den, exactly. But sending love to everyone as we are skeptic and ranting on 100% proof the Quran is from God. I'm not 100% sure we are so. Oh, Mark Reed in the house. Hey, Mark. What's up, Mark? Woohoo! We're having fun, and it turns out that it doesn't really matter if it is Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. We're trying to figure out where that sweet, sweet evidence is.
Oh, science. Ooh, okay, here we go.
In science.
All right. Show them.
I know, but not the ones we want. He wants to play like, the mysterious thing, not like the empirical come right down and say hi.
You could say this one sign was just a mere coincidence, a lucky guess. But the following signs which we are going to show you can't be other than from God only.
Oh, good.
For nearly a century, fingerprints have been the gold standard of forensic science.
Yep.
And for good reason.
Okay.
Fingerprints are one of the earliest features to develop inside the womb. The pressure of amniotic fluid across the surface of the hands and the growth rate of the fingers influences the formation of patterns on the fingertips. And with so many factors in play, everyone's prints are unique.
They're so random, yeah.
I'm waiting for the God to come into this. Okay, you just played that we have fingerprints. Now where's the association? Yeah, fingerprints. It's a miracle. Okie dokie.
So, it's funny because if you look at our fingertips, you do see these ridges and folds and everything. But if you look at your arm or your leg, you don't see that. Now, you got to ask yourself, why is that? Oh, it's because we use our fingers and hands to pick things up. So having these ridges and folds makes it easier for us to grip things.
Absolutely.
And you can even look at your fingertips, Sammy. You can see those ridges and folds and everything. And if I put my finger next to you, you can look at mine. And you know what you're going to notice?
Oh, my.
That they're different. Well, aside from the smell, you'll notice that our fingerprints are different. If you look at another guy's, you'll find out theirs are different than both of ours. So it's not too hard to see how ancient man, even hundreds of years ago, could have figured out that, hey, everybody's fingerprints are unique. We're not sure exactly why that is, but They seem to be unique to the person.
I mean, is the argument really like fingerprints, therefore God? I'm getting tired. What in the... I'm waiting for this amazing, undeniable evidence. Unbelievers doubt the resurrection will ever take place and argue that when our bones have...
And argue that when our bones have been disintegrated in the earth, there's no way we could be reassembled as we were before our...
I don't know about no way, but it ain't looking good.
Yeah, wouldn't say it's impossible, because that's like the information paradox, that you can't ever completely erase information. Like, it's like even when you burn a piece of paper, the information to put all those pieces back together is still in the universe, so it's still feasibly possible to do it. It's, I mean, technically possible, but how would you ever go about doing it? I don't know.
Yeah,
and maybe
I'm
on
not
paper
sure
it's
how we'd be able
possible,
to.
but not practically so.
Bones, but can also reconstruct perfectly our very fingertips. This makes it a great challenge when you know that every single human being has a unique fingerprint.
فليريد الإنسان ليفجر أمامه يسأل أيان يوم القيامة فإذا برق البصر وخسف القمر وجمع الشمس والقمر يقول الإنسان يومئذ أين المفر كلا لا وزر.
Of flowing water on the surface of Mars, this finding is a game changer. Now, water raises hope that the cold, dry, so-called red planet may...
Once again, you're showing cool stuff with great graphics. What does water on Mars have to do with God? You better get there quick.
sustain life.
Scientists at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory say new images from the surface of Mars may hold evidence that flowing water exists on the
Oh, you mean
planet.
scientists, not mullahs in Iran? It was the scientists who figured that out?
Earth.
If it's confirmed, the finding could help immensely in the search for other forms of life in our solar system.
Is to find flowing liquid water, which can one day perhaps...
Water.
Life.
It's a water, Dr. Kaku.
One, energy, like
water.
Sunlight. 2, organic chemicals. 3, liquid...
Michio Kaku. Man, this guy loves quoting lots of atheists and agnostics and non-believers that do not believe in a God. For his,
you know that voice of the physicist Michio Kaku anywhere. He's got a very distinctive voice, but he's not a Muslim.
Yeah, I don't think he would use this as evidence for being a creationist.
Water.
أولم ير الذين كفروا أن السماوات والأرض كانتا...
Have those who disbelieve not considered that the heavens and the earth were a joined entity? You mean a star? We used to be stars.
I think they're trying to say that, oh, look, there's water on Earth and there's water on Mars. Therefore, they all came from the same thing. The thing is that all these elements are formed in stars, and then the stars go supernova, or they go neutron star collisions that make other elements, and they get blasted throughout the universe. So yeah, the elements you see on Earth that make up our planet, the compounds that we have here, are pretty much going to be the same as you're going to see anywhere else in the universe, because we all come from the same thing, stars, stardust.
I'm seeing this from Comrade J. He says, if that is true, that breaks my heart. If there are Islamic countries, would not surprise me that there are fundamentalist countries out there that have denied it, because I'm sure that our Christians here will not paint with as small a brush as possible in this claim. There are a sizably large faction in this country that want to do the same thing here.
Absolutely.
Science today tells us that there are internal and external waves in the oceans. Internal waves are gravity waves that oscillate within a fluid medium rather than on its surface, which are called the external waves. Recently discovered this in the 20th century, but this natural phenomena was mentioned 1,400 years ago in the Quran.
أو كظلمات في بحر اللجي يغشاه موج من فوقه
Waves upon waves. So specific. So specific.
Yeah, all of these claims are as vague as possible.
Waters of seas and oceans are covered by waves, and above
It's so similar to the way the Bible does it too. Is that these books sometimes they use very flowery, very poetic, very allegorical language, and even though it wasn't the intent, once in a while, the metaphor is going to touch maybe reality a little bit, and it kind of looks like, oh, okay, maybe it, but it wasn't meant to be a scientific. It's just meant to be poetic.
Like a parable.
Yeah.
Waves are the surface waves that we see, because the verse mentions that about the second waves there are clouds. The internal waves cover the deep waters of seas and oceans, because the waters have a higher density than the waters above them.
Therefore, God?
The Quran uses a word to describe a natural phenomenon, not in any detailed way, but to point to a direction. With
Not in any detailed way.
Why would you want that?
And when you ponder upon that natural phenomenon in your primitive way or intellectual way, in any way you want, and you could be totally wrong about it, the conclusion would always be that Allah deserves worship. And that it would use words that can address a primitive mindset, 7th century, or even a more of a modern mindset. It doesn't give you any details, no miraculousness behind it, but what the miracle is from that point of view, that the Quran has the ability to use...
I like this sentence. It's not miraculous, but it's a miracle in my point of view.
Words refer to natural phenomena that can be understood and reflected upon timelessly. That's the power.
The reason why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sends miracles is to show mankind this person is not a liar. He is not a fraud. He is not a charlatan. He is indeed somebody whom I am helping. And I will prove this help to you in a manner that will beyond a shadow of a doubt manifest itself.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
So why don't we get these presentations? Why don't we get these miracles? We just have to read about it in a book and choose to believe that they're all true.
I don't understand why we don't have the same as like it comes with Paul. I don't understand why we don't have a Damascus Road experience. I don't get why we have with Joseph Smith like he had with the
Angel Moroni.
Angel Moroni, and then I believe with Muhammad it was the
Michael,
Angel Gabriel. And so they all hear these. I mean, it's like the similar shticks. There's not what is unique about them. All just comes from the time period and the place. Like,
yeah.
Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam came. The Quraysh also demanded miracles. They demanded miracles.
Did he have permission?
And they said, why don't you cause the angels to come down? Why don't you speed up the
Do a
earth
mixer.
and cause rivers to flow in this barren land of Mecca? Why don't you make this desert into a green area? They wanted miracles. And so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave them miracles. He gave them many miracles, but he gave them the ultimate miracle as well. And that is the miracle.
Which was okay.
How and why is the
miracle of what?
Miracle of the Prophet
of the Quran.
Oh, the Prophet. Oh.
The response to that is that all of the miracles of the prophets that were before the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam were temporary miracles. Let me ask you, has anybody seen the splitting up of the Red Sea? Did anybody witness that?
No.
Any of you there?
No.
So those miracles were miracles to those who saw them.
They did not exist. So we can clear that off your book.
They're miracles to nobody.
Yeah.
They're fables.
Mythologies, yeah.
of the Quran removes the time-space constraints on all the other miracles. And that is why the miracle of the Quran is called the eternal miracle, the everlasting miracle. It is a miracle I can
Gobstopper.
touch,
No.
I can feel, I
Oh
can
my.
see, I can recite. These are a miracle my senses can attest to.
Like?
The fact that Allah mentions facts and points in the Quran that were humanly impossible to know at the time and era of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi
Such
wasallam.
as?
And all
Such
of you are familiar
as?
with some examples of these. And the most
Oh, we're
clear
all.
example in my mind
We're waiting.
of the human embryo.
Oh, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Get me some chewed gum.
The evolution of
Wrigley.
the human embryo from the sperm and the zygote, from this small little clinging thing. Allah calls a child in the womb, Allah calls it that which hangs. Al-alaq. خلقنا الإنسان من علق.
That which hangs.
Wow.
Amy, do you have that which hangs?
I do.
That's one way
more
of
nights
saying
than
it.
I wish to ask for. How is that a claim? Are you telling me that the book knew that a baby was hanging from, I don't know, the thing that they have to cut? Are you like... Okay.
Embryo hangs from
Real rocket science we got here.
Until 300 years ago. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala calls
Nobody knew that.
No one knew about the umbilical cord until 300 years ago. Good sir, please, stop.
That which hangs. It's a hanging thing because it is a clinging embryo of the mother.
It has 2 balls in it. Oh. Wrong thing.
Science. 0 people if you should be in the doubt about the resurrection. Indeed, we created you from dust. He who controls the spice controls the universe.
Oh, from Dune. You saw Dune?
I did. I did. Yeah, prophets seem to like prophets. That's not impressive.
Studies of the Quran and Hadith in the last 4 years have revealed a system for classifying human embryos that is amazing, since it was recorded
Amazing.
in the 7th century.
Amazing.
Little was known about the staging and classification of human embryos until the 20th century. For this reason, the descriptions of the human embryo in the Quran cannot be based on scientific knowledge in the 7th century. The only reasonable conclusion is that these descriptions were revealed to Muhammad from God. He could not have known.
That's the only conclusion, huh?
He was an illiterate man with absolutely
How else?
no scientific training.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala called.
It's just like, how could someone have possibly gotten a book written if he can't read and write? As if there were no other humans around. Ever.
Oh, well, like a person who's blind. How could they ever write a book, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the layers of the embryo, there are literally 3 layers that separate the embryo from the outside world. So many precise things in the Quran.
So many.
The embryo.
So many.
And there are 3 important layers to remember. These are the ectoderm, mesoderm, and endoderm.
Oh, did we get that from the Quran?
Yet
Is that where
another
those words come
miracle
from?
Of the Quran is a very strange one. The effect
Another.
A placenta?
on those who listen to it. It is
The effect that the Quran has on those who listen to it. Thank you, all other religions ever.
unbelievable that this book
Unbelievable.
can be heard by those who don't even speak the language, and yet it moves them to tears.
Okay.
I've listened to songs that were beautiful that I don't understand the language at all. Okay.
Absolutely.
What's up, Mark? That's right. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. And hey, we are sending love.
Aggressive.
We're sending love out to our theist brothers and sisters. I'm sure whoever this guy who made this video is a lovely chap or lass. It, like I said, we're giving hearts out to their clearly non-linear editing skills, which I can appreciate. It's just when it comes to claims, especially claims like 100% certainty claims, when people say you do this and you will absolutely believe, I mean, the bar's got to be high. Don't you think, James?
15 feet high.
Oh, it's got to be 50. That's right. 15 feet of nothing but tall, high whale. And if you just joined us, we are Skeptic and Ranting on 100% proof the Quran is from God. You heard it here now, folks. Heard it here now. We're all about to convert.
How I got introduced to the Quran was I was on the plane coming back from New York. And the thing is, believe it or not, really, this guy was reading a book. He left the seat when he got off the plane like me. And you know what? I chased after this guy and said to him, "Hey, mister, you left your book." He said, "No, you keep it." I said, "Well, okay." So I kept it. And
Okay.
I put down to the phone. And what happened? I started to cry when I read the Quran. So I put the book down. I was happy. It was still the same. And then I picked it up again. I started to cry. And then I got a taxi to my brother's in London. And then what happened? I told him about the Quran. That I really tried. And he
Therefore, God.
just a moment. And then what happened was really, he said, "Don't speak of nonsense things. Don't speak of things." I said, "Well, the thing is really, why am I crying?" And then he said, "Go next door." So I went next door.
Okay.
Was there the man that was on the plane? And the thing is, name a number, any number. The thing is, I'm not selling that Quran for £20 million or £20,000. I read it
For
once
Googleplex,
a day.
8 Gigaplex.
Not do that. I keep it under my pillow. And you know, read it to
It's a good spot for it.
And and not only that, as an activity coordinator,
I keep it in my pants.
Oh my!
to them. And the
You
Most
mean
of the time.
both? Most.
I don't know all the answers, but I know there's one thing in the Quran. What is it? Truth.
Oh.
If you was lost in the desert, or you was lost somewhere in town, you'd ask somebody away. What's the Quran? It's a map for life.
A map. Once again, more claims. You're not presenting evidence.
Many of you here do not speak the Arabic language. And yet, when the Quran is recited, your iman goes up. You feel humble.
Oh my!
You feel the awe of
Does yours go up when you hear the Quran, Amy?
It
not describable. Many of you don't speak Arabic, but you're standing behind the imam and he's reciting the Quran, and from some strange reason, you understand that these are verses pertaining to mercy. When the Quran is recited, it brings grown men to tears. Grown men sobbing because of this.
Amy brings grown men to tears, sobbing, and they pay her for it.
That's right, baby. No, I mean, I've seen Disney and Marvel movies bring grown men to tears. And so the bar, once again, is a little bit higher for the all-knowing, all-powerful creator of the universe. But who's picky? Toy Story, Muhammad, same thing.
Because of this recitation, what other recitation can do this?
All of them?
Dozens of them? Any of them?
You're telling me that no one has cried while they prayed or listened to religious music before than this? Really?
I get it, man.
Yeah.
It's really meaningful to him, and he is getting emotional. And there's nothing wrong with that. But doesn't mean it's good evidence for the truth of it.
I'm a big fan of music. Don't know many humans that aren't, actually. And so it's not surprising. You know, music seems to change our brain states. And so it's not.
It can. It changes the frequency. Yeah.
Yeah, to learn that people have emotional experiences when having music. That's one of the many reasons for music.
And there are different drugs that you can take that will actually alter your experience of music, that'll make you understand it on a profoundly different level.
وهو العزيز الغفور وهو العزيز الغفور.
I mean, we get it, the fact that the people are deeply moved by this and that they have real faith in it. I mean, like the Christians in the Philippines who literally crucify themselves on Easter, literally nail themselves to a cross for Jesus because they think, yeah, they really believe it to be true. And that's the fact that they believe it really, really strongly and that it really has an emotional connection with them is something only they can really understand, but it's not evidence that for the truth of the claims.
Exactly.
And that's that sometimes we as atheists have to be very unemotional, detached, and cold, and we have to listen to heartfelt, emotional pleadings and try not to sound so like we're just dismissing it, but we have to say, well, I hear what you're saying and I understand it, but it's just not convincing to me that what you're saying is the truth, no matter how emotional you get about it or how much you believe it.
Exactly. It's important, and it may be based on things like personal experiences. But if you're then going to make the claim that other people should believe it, we're going to need more. It's not about us, not loving our theist brothers and sisters. We just want evidence.
ثم ارجع البصر كرتين ينقلب إليك البصر خاسئا وهو حسير ولقد زينا السماء الدنيا بمصابيح وجعلنا
I mean, it just sounds like they're. If you can't see the screen, it just sounds like they're singing scripture from the Quran.
Hadiths or something.
Hadiths.
Yeah.
And for those who disbelieved in their Lord is the punishment of hell, and wretched is the destination. Just got to sneak in those little threats. That's what I really love about religion.
See, I mean, they're giving this heartfelt, emotional testimony for what they believe, and then at the end there, they throw that in there. By the way, if you don't have this reaction, if you don't start crying, if you don't find this convincing, you're going to be tortured.
Yeah, not a fan.
When somebody listens to Shakespeare, does he start crying? Does he start going up and down his emotions? When somebody listens
Sometimes, maybe.
Yeah, that's a weird claim. Have you read Shakespeare? Have you? That's okay. That was, at least, if you ask Shakespeare, that might have been one of his goals. I don't know why. That's a weird pot shot. Has literature ever made you moved before? Yes, other literature has. Mark says it sounds beautiful. Rewind it and don't interrupt. Hey, look, not going to hate on the fact that it sounds pretty. Can appreciate the time, energy, and skills it takes
Passion.
He's
and clearly all that. Done with passion.
Yeah, it's just, it can be found in our view in other places, and that's the real point. It's not holy. It's an emotional response. It's part of being human. Yeah, look at that. He's taking pot shots at Shakespeare of all the people. Yeah, only a religion would do that. They're gonna be like, "Nah, well, we're not like none of these newbies like Shakespeare."
Shakespeare, Shakespeare? Who the fuck is that? Nobody's gonna read anything that guy wrote.
Language he doesn't understand. Is he affected? Nothing affects a person like the Quran. And this is exactly
Nothing?
what Allah
Have you
subhanahu
tried
wa ta'ala
cheesecake?
mentions in the Quran. That when they listen to the Quran, وَإِذَا سَمِعُوا مَا أُنزِلَ عَلَى الرَّسُولِ, when they listen to what has been revealed to the Rasul and they have Iman, Allah says, their eyes well up in tears. They begin to cry. Allah says this of non-Muslims.
Yeah, they do the same thing on Hell's Kitchen when Gordon Ramsay starts throwing towels.
They begin to cry because they realize this is the truth. And so the very fact that the Quran has such a profound impact on those who listen to it is clearly a miracle. And this is something you don't need to
Clearly a miracle. Clearly.
Yeah,
know the
clear.
miracle of the
Undeniable,
Quran,
James.
show him a video of somebody making tilawah. Allah says in the Quran, we have sent down iron. وَأَنزَلْنَا
Not
الْحَدِيدَ.
iron chariots, because that would quickly bring down the biblical God.
Allah would go running away crying.
That we know
At least we know this person believes in a round planet. If we can gain one silver lining this tonight.
But read the statement below that.
Earth is the only planet that we know of that has iron to this quality. What? How could you even... What?
Iron to this quantity.
Iron is one of the most abundant elements in the universe.
Iron is something that scientists cannot explain. Where did it come from on Earth?
What? Dude, what?
I mean, you would almost think it was like this element, so in a globe, you would think a lot of it might see the center being dense, maybe. And it would probably be higher because of all the pressure. So you might almost get a molten iron core. Although the big boy, he wasn't down with that.
Mark's like,
remember
well,
Snake Boy? He's like, how do you know the Earth?
Yeah, that was Snake Boy.
He's like, how do you know the Earth is made of
molten lava? Yeah.
Have you been there? Have you seen it?
Well, did you see Jesus come back from the dead? Did you see Muhammad ride on the... They hate it when we call it a winged, a unicorn. I forget what the term is. A burqa. Yeah, don't call it that. But
the
yeah.
burqa is much more believable.
Way more scientific.
And a large percentage of the Earth is iron. And the latest theory says that iron was formed by meteorites coming in at a certain point in time before the Earth solidified. Meteorites came in and the iron was implanted inside the Earth, because iron is not created from the fusion of helium and hydrogen. Iron is not a byproduct of other things that the sun possibly...
Actually, yes, it is.
I'm
iron
trying
is created in stars.
I was going to say, is he trying to make the claim that iron comes from God?
Magic.
Because that's where we are right now, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Iron is made in stars. It's not from the fusion of hydrogen and helium. It's heavier elements, but yeah, it is made in stars. In fact, it's what usually kicks off the supernovas, because it sucks up more energy than it gives off, which starts the core collapse in stars, which leads to the supernova.
Exactly. Isn't iron the star killers? That's the nickname?
Yeah. Because once a star starts to fuse iron, within a matter of maybe less than a second, it's over, because the iron sucks up so much energy that the gravity will collapse the core and cause that supernova.
Then what
it's very well understood. This has been understood for years.
Yeah, this is... When we truly know something, it tends to become elementary and middle school science. We know it so well that we're teaching it to our
I'm not
kids.
a fucking scientist. This is just basic level stuff.
No, exactly. That's why this is such a weird claim. Like I've heard all these other claims before. This one's a little, let's say, out there.
Iron is that which we don't know where it
Pseudonym.
And Allah says, out of all of the elements,
That's right.
Allah mentions this
Boogie
one
Nights in the
element.
background,
And
the
he
Rain
says,
Man.
as for iron, we sent it down. We gave it to you.
Oh,
We didn't just
okay.
bring it out.
Yo, you are telling me God gave us iron. This is the weirdest apologetic. I find that fascinating and funny. Like, who
It
knew
is
the
a
Iron Age
unique
was...
claim.
Yeah, it is a unique claim.
It was sent down.
It looks like a spaceship from God right
we
now.
believe in the Quran without scientific theories being updated and changed. Allah subhanahu
Looks
wa
like a dog turd that got ran over by a truck.
to you.
The origin of the universe is the origin of everything.
No, the origin of everything, which is once again a marketing tool for a hypothesis, which is us trying to combine, and by us, I mean physicists are trying to combine the small with the big. We're trying to understand how something like a black hole, which is defined by general relativity, and yet is so small that it takes place on the quantum realm, in which case our physics breaks down because we do not know how to reconcile both of those two facts together and get good predictable mathematics from them. The theory of everything, however, is not a theory of everything. That is a marketing tool.
We have great equations that tell you how matter works on the macro scale in the from relativity, and we have great equations that tell you how it works on the quantum scale. The problem is that when you put the two together, they don't mix. There's problems, and that's what physicists are working on, trying to figure that shit out. And
when we learn the theory of everything, we will not know everything. We will not know if God exists. So the fact that religious people even use the theory of everything in any presentation ever is silly. But so is the fact that they use the law of thermodynamics. But yeah.
Multiple scientific theories, the most widely accepted explanation is the Big Bang Theory.
Once again, I'm just happy that you believe the Big Bang, hopefully.
The Big Bang Theory states that the universe began as a hot and infinitely dense...
well, that's charged language, but we'll let it pass.
Oh, here we go, another disbeliever. I will say, unlike the Bible, or sometimes the Quran really, like, they name non-believers by the word non-believers. Like, he takes pot shots at people that don't believe in anything often, which I find very fascinating. Have those who disbelieve not considered the heavens and earth were a joined entity?
Well, you know what? The thing is, if you're a believer, he's kind of got you halfway in the bag because you're already down with the concept of supernatural magical beings.
Sure.
He just has to sell you on his version of that. But if you reject all if you're saying I don't have any evidence to believe in any of them, well, he's got no chance of winning you over because he would first have to provide evidence that there is that being, which of course he doesn't have.
It's like when you use Adam and Eve as evidence towards proving your deity. Well, if we don't believe in Adam and Eve, then we are off on the wrong foot. All right, I'll be right back a second.
Go ahead.
Tiny singularity violently exploded.
A pulsar is a highly magnetized, rotating neutron star that emits a beam of electromagnetic radiation. The first pulsar was observed on November 28, 1967, with the help of telescopes. The name pulsar is derived from pulsating star. The definition of pulsate is produce a regular, reoccurring throbbing sound. The word originates from the Latin word flare, which means to beat.
I mean, thanks for the linguistic lesson here, but
scientists were able to record sounds of this star using high-end technology of the 20th century. The most astounding fact is that this star was described 1400 years ago in the Quran. In the 86th chapter
No, it
of
wasn't.
the Quran, Allah describes a star named Tariq.
By the sky and the night comer. Which the night comer? Maybe because stars come out at night. I'm just saying. I mean, that might have something to do with it. No, I'm not seeing anything about a pulsar. Backbone and ribs, not a pulsar. Yep, nothing there about a pulsar, but thanks anyway. Welcome back, Amy. You're still muted.
I was fighting zombies. Had to double tap.
We just had them claiming that a pulsar was evidence of God.
So a pulsar is evidence of God.
Pulsar, yeah. The night comer, because stars come out at.
Well,
when
I
they
mean,
come out at.
I'm
night.
also that as well. But what were we talking about?
Piercing brightness. Now, if we look at the pictures of the pulsar, we can clearly see a piercing light through the star. But there is more. Also,
yeah, you can look up at the moon or the sun and see the light piercing through the clouds.
Or striker.
It's beautiful.
Tariq is derived from the Arabic verb taraka, which means to strike or to beat. It also refers to someone who comes in the middle of the night and knocks on the door. You heard how to pulse.
Oh, that's Amy.
Beginning of the video.
Oh my!
Scientists were able to hear using high-end technology of the
to hear. You can tune in with a radio telescope and hear.
Sounds like someone is striking or knocking on.
Oh, because the sounds, because the pulsar, it spins around so fast, it sounds like knocking. Okay.
There is no doubt left. The Quran is a book from God.
Allah's knocking on your door.
He gave us this book to use our intellect and then come to the conclusion.
And then come to the conclusion. Why couldn't he have just given it to us himself? Why is it always this freaking hide and seek game? You have to figure it out, James. It's a puzzle.
And your eternal fate depends on it.
Have to reveal
life is a high stakes game of chance at the casino.
And you're going to either have eternal paradise or eternal torture. So the stakes could not be higher for the most important question in life that we are given insufficient evidence for.
And by the way, this is a game that nobody ever asked to be played because no one ever asked to exist. You're brought into the world without your consent. You're just poofed into the world because your parents had you. And then you're put to this question. You've got to make a decision. You can't opt out of the game. You can't say, I'm not down. I don't want to play your game. I'm willing to concede that I won't live forever in heaven. I just want to believe what I am truly convinced in. And when my life is over, I can die and that'll be it. No, you don't get that option.
Which just makes him look like a Saw villain. You have to play. Yeah. This is Squid Game. You gotta play.
You can't opt out.
Just believe in him. We were given superior brains and intellect.
Okay, I was gonna use choice words here. I think the song in karaoke nights gets translated into "Frig you." So yeah, our superior brains and intellect above the animals. There we go. Once again, not trying to not pat ourselves on the back. I am very happy with all of the human accomplishments that we have done on this planet and the amazing things in the internet that allows us to have this communication. Really, really doesn't mean you need to look down on other animals.
Above animals.
It's not a miracle.
So that we could use this intellect.
Not at all.
The conclusion that he is our creator.
Yeah, we're this smart so we could pray to God.
So which is it, that the favors of your Lord that you deny?
أو تقولوا لو أنا أنزل علينا الكتاب لكنا أهدى منهم فقد جاءكم بينة من ربكم.
So there has now come to you a clear evidence from your Lord and a guidance and mercy. Keeps on bringing up mercy. Guidance.
Mercy seat.
The mercy seat. Oh my. But now we have clear evidence. I haven't seen clear evidence yet, but thanks. Then who is more unjust than one who denies the verses of Allah? I deny that they are true. They were definitely written by someone, a human. We will recompense those who turn away from our verses with the worst of our punishment for their having turned away. Oh yeah, Allah really, 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 really dislikes non-believers. He takes it personally. Totally triggered. For no reason. Get over it. You're God. Jesus.
Or just provide the evidence. Provide the fucking evidence. And then people will believe.
Do they wait for anything except that angels should come to them? Yeah. Why would anyone believe something or wait for an angel to come for them? Oh, right. All of these freaking prophets.
Well, that is an option.
Yeah, someday the Lord will come. We'll show signs. No
Pay now,
soul
evidence later.
will benefit from its faith as long as it is not believed before. It's another concept. You gotta believe it. Once he gives the big reveal, then you can't believe it anymore. Then he's gonna burn you forever. Why is it never that you can finally, God shows up, you go, oh, you're real. Do you believe in me? Well, you're right in front of me. So, do you believe in me? Well, I guess so, because you're right here. Well, there you go.
Oh,
James, Amy, you passed the test. Now you can walk in. It's never that. I don't even understand why it's this, it's a competition. It's so ridiculously human.
But the problem is, Amy, you died 2 minutes ago. And when you died, you didn't believe in me. And that makes me really mad, Amy. I don't like that. And so I'm going to have to torture you forever because of that.
And ever ever. Because you love me. Because that's what loving gods do.
I loved you, Amy. I loved you so much.
أو كسبت في إيمانها خيرا قل انتظروا
We're waiting. Yeah, we are waiting. We agree with you there. I do. I like his editing techniques. That's a good little ending here, Dan.
Full of stories of the previous prophet, of the previous nations. It mentions Fir'aun.
Yes. Yeah, that's another thing. I have to give my obligatory every podcast apology from my ancestors. I am so sorry for getting us into this mess. I don't even know what they were thinking about at the time. Half of them eat bacon at this point. So my sincere condolences to both of you. So Christians, Muslims, Mormons who think they're Christians, or I guess that'd be a New True Scotsman. So I'll let you deal with that. You can let it go. You have it from my family to yours.
Now Amy's going to sing Let It Go.
Let it go. Let
Yes,
it go.
there you go.
It mentions Thamud. It mentions Moses and Jesus and Mary.
It does. In fact, if you didn't know, they do like some, I don't want to say some retconning, but like some take two, maybe their own takes on how some of the stories occurred, which is interesting.
It's clear that they were aware of them. It's clear that they read the Old Testament, that they knew about it, and the New Testament.
Well, and you have to glom on, just like Joseph Smith. Like, the whole shtick is like, if you liked 1 and 2, you'll love number 3. And the Christians do that too. That's the whole Jado-Christian.
Yeah.
The Jews don't say Jado-Christian. That's a Christian thing, because they're like, look at this minority thing we have next to us. It's me and them. Me and them. Do you understand what we're saying here?
Well,
yeah.
it's pretty. There was Judaism, and then the Christianity was started by writers who didn't like certain things in Judaism, so they wrote stories about a God kind of modifying certain things that they didn't like in the first version, and they tried to paste that together and cobble all the writings together. And then Muhammad came along after that and said, oh, okay, I can work with this. I can work with this.
Work with this. Yeah. It is funny how they really just kind of, they take the old stuff and they're like, hey, you love number 1. I got the DLC. Are you looking for number 2 and number 3? I wonder if there's one day there's going to be a 4th. There's going to say someone that's like, look, if you loved Mormonism, if you loved Islam, I know that there was a last prophet, but have you ever heard of the last prophet? Number 4. This time from Hollywood.
This time it's personal.
Maybe they'll make her female. It'll be great, ladies and gentlemen.
And I mean, that's the thing. They always say, okay, Muhammad is the last prophet. You can't. Yeah.
Just like that. I mean, it's we don't have to do any more sacrifices because we killed like that one Jew over to the side.
Like divine revelation ended with the death of the last apostle. Like, okay, you've got to fucking believe everything we wrote before, but nothing as of now, nothing in the future gets that same status.
No, those are cults, James. We're religion.
You can't add to anything as of right now.
Right now.
Everything before is good, but you have to believe it or God will roast you forever, but nothing else.
It's like when you're playing the game where you're touching base. No, I'm touching base now. Nothing else after.
Yeah.
All types of stories.
All types
the
of stories.
Of the Arabs and the stories of other than the Arabs. Now,
the Arabs and the others than the Arabs.
That was just a weird sentence. There was nothing factually untrue about that sentence.
It's just a very strange,
There were definitely stories about people. There were always stories about not people. Good to know.
Arabs and non-Arabs. Because you're either an Arab, Amy, or you're not.
That is true. But it shows you, this just keeps on showing you how Arab-centric. I mean, and not to be, once again, I don't like the Jews calling themselves the chosen people. I just don't like all the everyone's got this tribe. Religion is just another form of tribalism, something that James brought up to me that we need to do an episode just forming about tribalism in general, because that is the danger of it. It's great when you're in the in-group. When you're in the in-group, you get loved bomb. You get all the support and things that you generally don't think that you knew before. The problem comes when you become the out-group, or when you even deviate a little from the mainstream theology. It's normally a 0 or 100 in many communities. And so, unless you're doing these progressive Jewish, Christian, Muslim groups that are like, halal meat, kosher meat, this is McDonald's. Yeah,
Right.
didn't realize this point. But when the Prophet ﷺ was in Mecca, there was no library in all of the Arabian Peninsula. The
Okay.
people in Mecca were an illiterate, backward nation. They couldn't read, they couldn't write, they didn't have libraries. People at the time of the Prophet ﷺ did not know the details of these stories. They didn't know them. Where did this come
they didn't
from?
know.
And this is another thing that I find this. So I found this when I went on EF Dawa. Like they have this. I'm trying to think what do you do when a comedian does it? Self-deprecating humor kind of thing where they like try to take Muhammad down a peg so that they can then prop the religion up. They're like, how in the world
They
could
were
an
so
illiterate? He was riding a camel in the desert. He looked at numbers and he thought that they were colors or something, and all of a sudden he got this magical book that it was so amazing and it predicted so much science and knew all of the history of all of the peoples. And how could it have possibly happened without this dumb guy to my side called Muhammad, our prophet and the guy that we revere? It's like, I don't know. He was kind of a leader of a religious movement that then, after becoming semi-successful, gained him access to and a bunch of do. And hey, not sending hate particularly. Every tribe does this. So, but after a few victories by both methods, doesn't matter which one, he got power. And once you get power, you then get people to do shit for you. And so it's not surprising that you get a holy text. A holy text that is even able to go, I don't even know what the word toe-to-toe is with other religions, because L. Ron Hubbard was not a good science fiction writer. And how that has had any success is more the fact that he must have had a charismatic personality in person, because the shit doesn't make no sense. But nonetheless, we need to do an episode on Scientology.
Oh yeah, begging to.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reveals in the Quran. He says in the Quran, these stories are from the knowledge of the unseen that we reveal to you. Neither you nor your people before you were aware of these stories. This is the miracle of the Quran.
Bold of you. None of you knew about the Jewish stories or any of the things. I'm pretty sure the Christians would tell you they didn't know about the Zoantarians, but I'd like to know where they found that whole afterlife thing for. So you can tell me that it came from up there, but the other sources I would say is look to your dude from your left and look to the dude to your right. I'm going to go with the naturalistic explanation.
Yeah.
And notice as well how precise the Quran is in the stories. One example, we have so much to say, but little time. Just one example. In the time
little time, a nice short video, James.
The pharaohs of Egypt.
Oh yeah, just a little snippet.
By an outside dynasty. You see, you know there's lines of pharaohs, Fir'auns. The pharaohs of Egypt were a royal dynasty.
Oh, remember they were king. No, because remember the word for pharaoh and king.
Oh, that was it. That was what they said. The word for pharaoh. Yes, we recently became a Muslim apologetic of the linguistic miracle that they knew that he wasn't a pharaoh, he was a king. But I was sitting there the whole time. The back of my head is like, isn't pharaoh a king? Are we really? Is this the miracle? Like, it's just such. It reminds me of the ghost claims. Like, they're so excited when they say them that you kind of want to be excited for them. But when you hear it, it's like, my dude, that's a grasshopper. I know you think that that's a ghost, but it's a grasshopper. I get that you're like, we found it. We have the ectoplasma that we just can't show to you. But yeah, I'm not buying it.
Pharaohs were expelled by a foreign invading force, and Egypt was ruled by a line of kings that were not pharaohs.
James, it's the apologetic. This is it. It's so funny to me
Oh,
that
because
there
they didn't
really
take the
are.
time.
But there's a whole line of Muslim apologetics. When it comes to Kalam, because of people like William Lane Craig, who have kind of modernized it recently in the Western world,
Repackaged it, yeah.
repackaged it. You see that from both sides. But just, I find this fascinating because this is something, ladies and gentlemen, this is a Muslim apologetic for a linguistic miracle. I never even heard of this. I find this so fascinating. I don't find it convincing, but I do find it fascinating.
And this is well known historically speaking. So therefore, to call
Therefore,
them
God?
pharaohs would be a mistake.
They were just
But when you look at
kings.
the
They
Old
were
Testament,
just kings. They
and you
weren't
see the story
pharaohs.
of
Therefore,
Joseph,
Muhammad.
it refers to the ruler of Egypt as a pharaoh. But he was not a
God
pharaoh.
damn it.
Of that family,
Oh.
he never called himself pharaoh. It was
Oh.
a different dynasty altogether. When the Quran talks about the story of Yusuf alayhi salam, what does it say?
I feel like the word is stretch.
Al-Malik, the
Yeah.
king. And when it talks about Musa,
Maybe
اذهب إلى فرعون. Go to Fir'aun.
Go
maybe the words
Pharaoh.
are
I like how fascinating he is
interchangeable.
when he says Arabic. What's that?
Maybe
Yeah,
the
they're
words are
interchangeable.
interchangeable. Pharaoh,
Similes.
king, same concept. He's the fucking boss. He runs shit. He's the king.
Like if you went up to a slave and said, "Oh, guys, we're not going to call him Pharaoh anymore because he's just a king," all the slaves would be like, "Okay, does that change anything else?" No. You'd be like,
Wait a minute, wasn't he always the king? Well,
yeah.
kinda, yeah.
And so they'd say, "Well, what's the point, though?" And they'd say, "Oh, the point's to get back to work. Thank you." Yeah, it makes no sense, but thanks.
The Malik said, "Bring him to me." وقال الملك ائتوني به. This
Look at that. Even the freak is like, what the fuck?
It is
What the fuck,
humanly
man?
impossible that the Prophet ﷺ was aware of these facts. Up until recent times, people would call the rulers of Egypt
They
also
were
pharaohs,
pharaoh
but technically that's
kings.
not correct. They were not pharaohs. For only
Okay.
150 years, they were not pharaohs. And in that time, Yusuf's story occurred, and so Allah does not call them pharaohs. He calls them the king.
Okay. I'll remember that next time I'm on the way to Burger Pharaoh.
Burger Pharaoh. That's
Prophet
right.
Abraham is a pivotal figure in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Yes.
Oh, we
Also, yeah. Once again, and I know. Look, when you're a Muslim, you gotta answer all. Just like we answer to all religions as believing that they're not true. You gotta answer to the atheist, but then you gotta answer to the Jew and the Christian, probably Hindus, nana. But when you use these arguments, they are just completely wasted on us. Like, because we do not believe that the prophet Abraham existed. It's not even that he wasn't a prophet, which is my big thing, because I don't think prophets exist. This is Oz's hashtag Jesus doesn't exist. Hashtag Abraham is a myth. Don't know what
Abraham
to tell
is a myth.
So I'm sure whatever you're about to say is exciting, but you would have to first convince us that he was real. Continue.
There's a lot of overlap in the stories about Abraham in the Quran.
Oh, maybe the people read all the same books.
Yeah, it's almost like it was around for like 1,600 thousands of years.
Yeah.
Babylonia, that until recently has remained hidden from mankind.
You really making the Tower of Babel? We're not a big fan of the Tower of Babel, but thanks for the pretty graphics.
In time. Jewish, Christian, and Islamic sources all place Abraham's birthplace in ancient Babylonia, the region where we find modern Iraq. This region worshipped a multitude of gods and goddesses.
You know, funny. It's almost like the place where a lot of these religions previously and around formed is where you got yours from. How did they know? How the hell did they know that the religions all around them were the stories of the religion in this book? Amazing.
Right.
How could they have possibly known about Moses? How could they have possibly had a flood story?
Right. I don't know. Has to be true, right?
It has to be true. Also, what is up, drunken surfer? Says if I stare into the abyss on Discord, will it answer my questions? On good days. On good days.
Let us know.
Though I will say, sending out to our lovely Skeptic and Ranting Discord, the description of which is in below, where you can post more memes so that we can stare into the abyss of meme space.
Yeah, Amy, look at Drunken Surfer in there. He's
in the pantheon were celestial
he's doing a Mr. Batman here.
Hey, I don't care about none of that shit. We're talking about the most important questions of the universe. If you have questions for me, feel free to tag James and myself in chat at Amy Newman, and we will read your comment up on stage and having some fun. But if you just joined us, we are Skeptic and Ranting on 100% proof the Quran is from God. We are having some fun tonight. Getting spicy. We're more than halfway through the video. We will have also an open mic at the end. Probably going to be about 30 minutes. We normally do like an hour or something. Blah, 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 blah.
Video.
But this is, we're Skeptic and Ranting, baby. We're having fun.
Planets. Each city had a patron god, which they worshipped as their main benefactor and protector.
Okay.
The moon god Nana, symbolized by the crescent, was worshipped at Ur and Haran. Shamash, god of the sun, represented by the solar disk, was worshipped at Larsa and Separ. Venus, personified as the goddess Ishtar, was symbolized by an 8-pointed star and worshipped at Uruk. According to Mesopotamian mythology, these three celestial bodies, the sun, the moon, and Venus, formed an astral triad. Recent archaeological discoveries depict the special relationship between these deities. The stele of Ur-Nammu shows the sun and moon joined together. The Kuduru of King Melishipak depicts the astral triad in full. The Kuduru of Nebuchadnezzar shows the astral triad.
This is going to connect back to Muhammad, right? Islam, Quran.
Geographic distribution
Get there.
Artifacts
Come on.
Indicates that this astral triad was a prominent cult throughout the region. The Quran informs
Oh, they
us
said the
about
C
very
word.
specific details with regards to the
I have to do my Joe Rogan joke every time because of that. See if I can get into my... Do you want to know the difference between a religion and a cult? In a religion, the leader knows that he's full of shit. I did my back end.
Got it.
I got it. Okay. You want to know the difference between a religion and a cult? In a cult, the leader knows that he's full of shit. In a religion, that guy's dead. Joe Rogan.
Or that guy's Garth Dawkins.
Abraham's people worship.
فلما جن عليه الليل رأى كوكبا قال هذا ربي فلما أفل قال لا أحب الآفلين.
I can't see. I'll show this because I think you're asking, but feel free to tag us because that helps us know which comments to show up. It says, does staring into the abyss help? Yes, but only with cheesecake.
Is this a picture of a sperm in the video?
I think it's a meteor. Oh my lord.
Moon Horizon.
James, I hate to say this, but the Yahweh has showed up in chat. James, we've been waiting this entire time. We have been asking for empirical evidence of Yahweh. It is about time. We're going to. It is great to have. Apparently the God. You can tell us if it's the God of the Torah. I have been meaning to ask. It's my favorite question. Is that whenever I get, if I die, and if there is the Yahweh right there, I just want to know that whole thing with the stoning gaze. It was actually, you're supposed to get them a little bit happy, and then exactly, okay. You're just trying to get the gays in a THC buzz, but sending love to apparently the God of the three religions.
Donald did all those inviting God streams, and no God ever showed up for him. So
I know. Look, we have been consistently trying to have God on here, and Donald had like a whole mini series on why isn't he just
40 some 12-hour-long episodes, something like that.
Yeah, that's fine. I see. Mark's like, hey, God, your original book was good, but the sequel was complete shit. It happens. Well, and the book is always, and then the movie. It's always good in the book, and then the movie is.
Then the action figures, and then the video game.
Oh, I will say, and this many years down the line, but I've always wanted to make like an Abrahamic trilogy RPG where it is basically God, it is basically Jesus, Muhammad, and Moses as clearly the warrior, mage, and healer. And you basically have adventures where they have to team up against the big bad, who isn't Satan, of course, because Satan actually gets, in true classical Japanese sequel style, they all have to team up to defeat the bigger bad. I think they'd freak out, the fact that even having maybe a Muhammad on screen, but he'd be fine. He'd be buff and sexy. So would probably all of the characters. Like, we'd have a buffy and sexy Moses and Jesus.
Your yoga teacher?
Clearly. My yoga teacher. That's right.
فلما رأى الشمس بازغة قال هذا ربي هذا أكبر.
Sometimes he's just preaching. Oh, my people, I am indeed free, but will you associate with Allah? Will you even associate with me? Can we kind of be friendies?
We can see the Quran draws
Send him a friend request.
The worship of the sun, moon, and a third.
Whoa, what? Okay, we can see the Quran draws our attention to their worship of the sun, moon. Oh, he was doing all of that history just to shit on them? That's an interesting turn of things. That's our job, ladies and gentlemen, to crap on the other religions here. But I love it when they take pot shots. He's like atheist. Hold on just 1 second. This is idol worship. Okay, cool. We don't go have your cannon battle.
About the third idol.
Cannon
battle. When the night covered him, he saw a star. But when it set, he said, "I
doing
like
poetry
not those
now?
that disappear." The word translated here as star is the Arabic word kawkab,
Death Star,
meaning of celestial object, and can be used to refer to a star or planet. The Quran
or Death Star.
says that at the
Or a
onset
Death Star.
of nightfall, this
Pew, pew.
celestial object appeared for only a brief amount of time. This description of the third idol matches the characteristics of the goddess Ishtar. One of her names was the evening star because she personified Venus, a planet that appears for only a brief amount of time in the evening. we can see that the Quran's claims about the idolatry of Abraham's people is accurate in light of what we know historically about the cult of the astral triad.
Don't know that he existed
Amazingly,
historically.
such knowledge of ancient Mesopotamian religion was lost for thousands of years. It was recorded at temple sites such as the famous Ziggurat of Ur, which was buried deep beneath desert
Hey, I've
sands. The temple was only
played those on
rediscovered in the early
Protoss.
20th century, thanks to the excavation efforts of archaeologists such as Sir Leonard Woolley. Even the
And
Sumerian
sending love to our resident archaeologists. We can say we now have Pat and the archaeology crew.
language.
Plus Nat. We have the family pack crest of toothpaste archaeologists, ladies and gentlemen.
That these ancient artifacts were written in was unknown. It became a dead language around the 1st century, not until the mid-19th century. In light of these facts, how could Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, have accessed such knowledge?
That's what I mean, this whole peace be and blessings. Is he watching you? Is he standing over your back? Like, hey, you say peace be and blessings? You said bless you, the other guy. You can say peace and blessings to me? Like, it just seems like a petty thing. I know it's not evidence there isn't a God. Like, there doesn't even need to it could be that you have to. It's just that it seems silly. Mark Reed says that archaeological stream was fantastic, and thank you so very much, Mark. It was an awesome amount of fun and an honor to really have all of them on.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, absolutely.
It ended up being a fun one. I think we got a good amount of information. I thought there was some fun bants back and forth. It was interesting seeing how that my favorite moment, in fact, was Mark's question, was just seeing how excited all of the archaeologists got when he asked, like, what was their favorite material that they found to date.
Yeah.
Oh my goddess. So we're gonna have to deal with this. Hold on. So first of all, we're gonna have to send our love from my brother from another mother. We got Tang Gang up in this shit. What a Tang from Austin, Texas. Woohoo! Faithless Forum. Holy shit. Is sending love to everybody there and the ACA, which is down there. And all right, I'm going to address it. You made me. So we're going to put that bow on that. We're going to send love to Oz. All right, we're going to put that bow. All right. We're going to put that drunken. I love you, my baby boy. I'm going to tell you, the pronoun game is weak with me because we're talking about a creator of the universe that watches me purportedly 365, 24/7. He cares about everything that we do, apparently, even down to this whole sex and gender thing. So you could really even just put that hierarched under, because really we're talking about a much deeper level claim. And I will say, I have proof that biological men and women exist. I'm just going to put that on the table. Okay? Now he's sending, and I am sending you love. If you feel free to, like I said, also on the open mic, we want more theists to come in here. We're not going to mute nobody. We're not going to kick unless you do something TOS.
Yeah, you'd have to do something pretty messed up.
Don't set me up for that there. But generally speaking, we love all of our theist brothers and sisters, even if you're let me see how many brushes I can paint. Even if you're a creationist, or even over on here, you know, I've had Iron Aussie who and all this on here who has said nasty things to me. So even the flat earthers I love out there. Doesn't matter who they are. But we are looks like more than 2/3. We're moving into
on the way.
the end of this video of We Are Skeptic and Ranting. 100% proof Quran is from God. And I will say, that's really what drew me to this. I think James and I kind of had the same. I mean, it's just such a lofty goal to really, whenever people just start talking about the evers and always, the 100%, how do you know this? 100%. It just seems like it's, first of all, it seems closed-minded because it means that it seems like nothing could ever change. Nothing could ever get in there. That's one of my favorite questions, is to ask what could ever change your mind in the opposite direction.
Are your beliefs falsifiable?
Are your beliefs falsifiable? Hearts. We are sending all the hearts out there on the interwebs. And to everyone out there in chat, whether you are on Twitch, Facebook, or YouTube. And all right, we're having fun.
That he lived in the 7th century.
God bless Amy. Penis be upon her.
Oh my. Now we're talking my language.
Bible-based stories and Jewish legends in circulation. If we examine the Bible, we find that it's silent on such detail. Long ago, your ancestors, including Terah, the father of Abraham, and Nahor, lived beyond the Euphrates River and worshipped other gods. We can see that it makes no mention of specific idols that were worshipped. They are simply referred to as other gods.
Oh,
regarding the Jewish legends that in the Quran, one of the stories.
Was he trying to take a pot, or is he trying to say the Jewish God wasn't referencing other gods? Because they were. Let me stop you right there, sir.
The Quran is more specific. I think that's where he's going to go with it.
More specific.
Yeah.
Okay, more. It's like they got it 75%. We got the true 100.
As follows. And a voice came into his heart, saying, all the signs of the stars and the signs of the sun and moon are all under the Lord's control. While this account does reference the sun and moon, note how it mentions stars in the plural. We can see that Jewish legend has a general awareness of their worship of celestial objects, but it lacks the specifics of the astral triad in the Quran. In another Jewish legend about Abraham, we find mention of the worship of elemental gods. Behold, the fire is more worthy of honor than all things formed. But even
He's a
more
jealous,
worthy of
vindictive
honor is the
God.
water, because it conquereth the...
I'm not a fan of Yahweh, except the Yahweh in this stream, of course, who I send much, much, much hearts.
Fire. But even it I do not call God, because it is subjected to the earth. Nowhere does the Quran mention that Abraham's people worshipped the elements of fire, water, or earth.
And everything was fine, of course, until the Fire Nation attacked.
If the Quran did copy from such an account, then it would have included the mention of these elements, but it never does. These examples make it apparent.
We're getting a little
really left that part out.
We're getting a little Aristotelian here, like we're dealing with this whole element thing. Like this just seems wooey to me and outdated. I really don't understand what you're trying to draw a conclusion from here, but okay.
But it never does. These examples make it apparent that Jewish legends were also not used as sources by the Quran. Now it's
clearly they were. Clearly.
The deities did spread outside the region.
Oh, really? Did they?
Ishtar was also worshipped in Arabia. However, she took on very different characteristics. She became
so
deity
they changed a few things. Okay.
They gave a new coat of paint.
In Egypt, she was
But it would never happen like that for Islam, James. That would never happen. They were
Clearly
isolated, completely isolated.
Yeah.
The goddess of war, symbolized by a horse and chariot. These incarnations are radically different to their counterpart.
Yeah, this sounds like he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. Like he's trying to be like, the Jews were totally claiming here and here, but not quite over here. But the pagans were definitely not doing over. It's like, okie dokie, you have it whatever way you want, buddy.
Evening
he will.
We can see that Ishtar had a chameleon-like quality.
The hot blonde down the street.
Constantly evolving, with her attributes, symbolism, and even gender differing from region to region. This would have made it difficult for Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to accurately pinpoint her identity in the context of Abraham. Conclusion. The Quran is filled with stories about past
Very hard.
with its author consistently demonstrating accurate knowledge of the unseen at different times and places in history.
Ooh, this is a good time to do a share. So Drunken Surfer says, I have a Bible study on my channel every Sunday. There's also a Quran study, a Skeptic Quran study every Sunday on Aaron Ra's channel, produced by our very own Pieter. I'm going to go for it. We are studying the book of Samuel. I welcome all of you. I can maybe help cure Amy. I will say, so I'm going to answer that in 3 different ways. The leading number one, if you were to go to a therapist right now, and if you were to ask, like, what would someone with gender dysphoria have or do, they would help you transition. Now, they would help you try to figure. If you don't, they would also want you to not. They want to try and eliminate any preliminaries before that. Is it just depression? Is it just this? Did the parents just break up? Is there something going on here?
Right.
But that being said, after it has been confirmed, the leading scientific, because I know it's often channeled that like the tranny agenda is that sex isn't real. Sex is real. Sex is so real that you do not need consciousness for sex. And I know that could sound like a funny claim, and all I would need to introduce you to is the other branch of life called plants, which are both male and female. That's how deep sex is that it can happen without consciousness. So I understand sex is real. I'm a big proponent. Gender is just the correlated social construct that we get from the trending characteristics and the secondary characteristics that we identify with those sex, and to fit in well into a society, it is much easier that I fit into the feminine spectrum, and thus it's actually to my best interest to just live in my best self and then go about and da-da-da-da-da. That being said, I would love, and I'm sure James would as well, to go on your channel and go on any skeptic or any Bible study that you have, as well as to send out a shout out that our channel does our own Bible study. We do our Bible study almost once a week, not every Sunday, but that general kind of thing. We are on episode 53 of our Bible study, if I am not mistaken, and we are going through it cover to cover, word through word. Sometimes we may replace some of those words with our own slang, but besides that, it's we're going word through word for a King James version of the Bible. So we would love to both go on yours and have you on ours.
Amy would be happy to come on yours.
Oh, baby. Now you're starting to talk my language. But we are going into the end of the video before we break into both the open mic and then eventually the after show on Discord of the 100% proof Quran is from God, proven once and for all with undeniable facts that somehow James and I keep denying.
God is not mocked, Amy.
Not. He would never be. He's a naughty boy.
Proclaims that God Almighty himself revealed such knowledge.
Got intense for a moment.
فاصبر إن العاقبة للمتقين.
All right.
Okay, sure.
The Quran shall remain uncorrupted, untouched.
Such a subjective thing, also easily false. I guess this is why they go, but it was made by a human. I understand that they think it was inspired by angel from God, but these claims are just untouched. All of these things, it goes back. We have a bunch of different metrics that we use as humans, often for, fairness and morality. One of those metrics is purity. We like the word pure. We want pure drinking water. A lot of religious symbolism also deals with that concept: uncorrupted, untouched, unchallenged.
Virgins. Yeah.
Until the day of judgment. No one shall be able to tamper with the Quran. No one shall be able to bring a false copy of the Quran, and the Muslims will be fooled and say it is a false copy.
إنا نحن نزلنا الذكر وإنا له لحافظون.
We have revealed this remembrance, and we are the ones who shall protect it. And therefore, to this day,
I don't know how you can prove any of those claims. I do not know what your metric for untouched and uncorrupted and any of this. Are you saying it was never translated? Are you saying there are no other copies? There are no schisms? There's not even... Why
exactly the original?
I hope you're not going to need something like a hadith to add on top.
No, of course not.
About its holy book. O Muslims, thank Allah for this blessing. You do not know every single religion on the face of this earth does not agree about its books. You do not realize there's not a single religion except that there's dispute amongst that religion. What is our holy book? What constitutes the Bible? What books are authentic? What lines in the book are added and what lines are going back to the original? Do you understand this, the blessings that we have to know?
Send in love. See, confirmed, Jaunty. I will say I love that icon, and you hang around, and we can. I'm always looking for good moderators.
That this book is a certainty that Allah has revealed, that we don't have to worry about its corruption.
And sending love to all our moderators.
No group of Muslims around the world believes in another book they call the Quran that is not our book.
Wow, so they all believe the same thing. So there would not be two groups. There would not be competing sects of Islam, right?
Yeah, that would be a shame, because if there were two sects of Islam, there would be like all these religious holy wars, prejudice, and James, it would be terrible. You don't even know. Or do we? I guess we do, don't we?
Or what era they lived in. They do not even know which books are actually a part of the Bible and which
taking more pot shots at Christians.
New books that were not found in the Bible.
Love it though.
Heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls
that's irrelevant because
even
Christians that use the same version of the Bible still don't agree about anything.
Oh yeah. Well, and they're different books. There are different books of the Bible. Entire troves of books never known before.
Even the ones that use an identical copy will still reach different conclusions. It's
the old adage, someone on the left side of the pew has a different view, completely different religion from someone on the right side of the pew has a completely different religion from everyone behind you.
I mean, originally the Catholic Church was very rigid and demanding conformity, like in terms of belief, but even today that's been thrown out the window. They all believe different things.
Yeah. What would be nice, James? If there was just like, I don't know, a being, a person who could like come down and just clarify everything. It's a shame that there doesn't seem to be one.
Almost like a necessary being?
Yeah, almost if it was necessary. Like a necessary butthole. I wish, I want a presuppositionalist. I keep on saying it. Please come on my channel. I will clean up after. I just want to ask you questions because I've done like a counter in my head. I can see like a clock. just every time they answer a question and legitimately answer a question that they've been asked, and it almost never gets to one. Like, it is ridiculous how their main technique, if I have to say, is they are very good at deflecting answering a question that you have asked by rejecting your answer and asking the question that they did again.
They're good at controlling the conversation. That's what they do. That's why Darth has his script, and he is so religious. He will not deviate from that script for anything,
and
because
the
as soon
reason
as he
is-
goes off,
Oh, sorry.
it's over. No, as soon as he goes off script, it's over.
And if you're the only one asking questions, it's your battleground. People give me, they sometimes think my debates, they're like, it was more of a questionnaire. And it was like, well, it's because I have a nice tone, maybe. But the person asking the questions, it really has the ground generally. And the person asking the question, answering, is either playing defense or it's their time to shine. When you have a good answer, it's your time to shine. But generally speaking, the person asking the question is throwing the lobby. They're lobbing
They're
your
the teacher.
question.
You're the teacher. You're giving the quiz. They're the student. They're answering.
Exactly. And that is the position that I have found a lot of presuppositionalists, but also Muslims, especially the Dawa channels. That is their shtick. They are there to ask you philosophical, deistic-based questions to make you go, I never thought like that. And then to prep you into going, well, now that we're this far, we need something. What can possibly begin to exist? Well, a God. He never began to exist. And Doorknob's right. It's all about tone. And it's all, when I listen to a lot of presuppositionalists, a good teacher makes everyone feel smarter. They don't make people feel dumb. And so if you are explaining to someone, you're often using them or an experience that they had or a wisdom nugget that they had to jump off as a way to explain a concept that's complex into a simple manner. And I have found that in many of these type of apologetic circles where this happens, it's really to just get you off your not your grip, to make you fall over a little bit, and to try to be like, you never thought of that, therefore God, you never had a necessary. Well, how do you even ground your logic? Well, I never knew I had to ground my logic. Do I still get a 2 for 2 is it still $1.50 for a burger? Like they never really take me through the experience. That's what I'd really like to have the presup for. Like, oh my God, how does logic exist? How do we need to have a necessary thing? All right, we're in Walgreens. Take me through it. Logic doesn't exist. We're in Walgreens. I need to buy a Sharpie, a thing of chocolate, and then go to the pharmacy. How do I do that with Jesus? Get me there. Get me there. Take me through without Jesus.
Take the wheel.
And Jesus specifically, because if you listen to someone like Darth Dawkins, he will say that any other view besides the Christian view is incoherent. So please, I want you to get me some yum chocolate using logic that stems from the Jew that came back from the dead. Yeah,
the thing is, he's never going.
Yes,
He's never going to convince an atheist that his being exists, so he'll never actually have to get around the theology. So he just gets to argue deism because he's never going to convince anybody.
And those type of theists only argue that with theists, but it seems silly to never actually debate the reason to why you actually believe. So Darth Dawkins does not believe in God because he's of a necessary being. I do not believe that. He could tell me wrong, come on the stream and tell me otherwise, but they don't. He has some personal experience, just like LPP, who got saved by science, by the miracles of technology, and then by doctors and physical therapists, and then they give all of the credit to the big G man, even though you should be thanking everybody else.
They'll say, well, I do, but at the end of the day, no, you really don't, because if you had your accident, and if God wanted you to survive that accident, would there be any way that the medical professionals would not be able to save you? Well, no.
No.
They would be able to save you 100% of the time because that was God's will. And on the second one, if God wanted you to die in that crash, would there be anything that the doctors or EMTs would ever be able to do that would make you live through that? Well, no, because
it's his will.
God, it's his will. So there's nothing they could do to contravene that. So at the end of the day, they have to give all the credit to God.
Gotta give it to the big G man, even though we got no good evidence for him. Command Cyborg says, I'm going to presuppose my special pleading. It says I'm right. Woohoo! And good night, drunken server. Server.
Come back anytime.
Yeah, that's right. I'm telling you, we actually are drawn towards views that disagree with our own. Always happy to have you around, and sending love to everybody out there in chat as we wrap up the video portion of Skeptic and Ranting, the 100% proof Quran is from God, or as we like to say, the other side, the other position.
That were never known before.
The other position.
Oh my.
Graveyard in Egypt last century. Many scrolls and many manuscripts of the ancient.
Back to him shitting on pagans and the other Abrahamic religions. That's our job, thank you.
Where did they come from? Christians to this day are wondering, is this real or is that real? Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, Allah has predicted.
Oh.
I just love how they stick.
He just breaks into this Arabic.
I know. I mean, I totally do the same thing with Yiddish. Like but it is funny. It is so fucking.
Just be speaking English and just break into Arabic.
Right there. Actually, I think that's less sexy than what he just said.
Yashmata.
Oh, you gotta get me a schmata towel. Oh God, you're gonna be drooling everywhere.
So my son's mother, she didn't like my shirts. She thought I wore them too long. Like they're schmatas that you wear.
They're schmata towels. Oh, the schmata towels. We use them. My mom has schmata towels for my dad because he drools when he sleeps.
The fakakta turkey.
Oh God, he's such a pet. Why can't you be a mensch? Oy vey.
And it shall never be challenged.
One point of view people often overlook regarding the miraculous nature of the Quran is that of how this book literally has changed the course of human history.
Hey, I mean, as any book does. I don't even.
The Bible clearly has, not necessarily good in good ways.
Yeah, some I would say were probably very, very harmful. The only story that I know of that I would read in the Quran that I know that is even positive was like when he had one time where he did like a peace treaty between two tribes, and then everything else. But it's like the Sermon on the Mount, the Treaty of Medina. I'm trying to remember.
The Emancipation Proclamation changed the course of history, but that was written by a dude, just a human.
I like to think that the American Constitution was an amazing though inspired by things like the Romans and the French before us, was still an amazing incremental improvement towards something better for government. But, you know,
it certainly has merit. You know, it's you know,
doesn't change everyone's life, but
it's not perfect, but we don't deal in perfection, we deal in reality.
How can a book that only consists of the Arabic alphabet, that is available for every single human being,
such weird
have such a
claims.
huge impact on
Once again, shitting on yourself to try and make a home run.
We use Arabic script.
How could Arabic spread throughout the world? It's a language. I don't even get that claim. It's like the weirdest self-deprecating miracle I've ever heard.
whole world? Every single human being has the Arabic language to their disposal. But still, for 1400 years, no single human has been able to reproduce not even a single verse like that of the Quran.
Like
Many
what?
have tried and came up with their own concoctions, rhyming random words without any real meaning. But what they failed to realize is that when the verses of the Quran were revealed, they completely transformed the whole society at that time. People gave up drinking alcohol.
I hate to say this, but this is also one of the things that I look for in a cult. When you dramatically change your appearance, your name, all that type of your habits, not from a consensual, like in the back of your brain thing, but to join a organization.
Right. Not to make a change that you want to make, like if you want to cut down on a vice
guy up there says so.
Yeah. You know, he's things like drinking alcohol, but eating pork.
Yeah. Not because you are allergic to pork, you are a vegan, you're trying to eat healthier. No, because the big G-man says that you can't eat pork. Another reason, I think kosher, halal and kosher, equally nonsense. I understand at the time there were reasons, absolute reasons. I understand if you even like the taste of it. I like Hebrew National hot dogs. They're kosher hot dogs. Not
they're
gonna
good.
shit on
They're
anybody.
good hot dogs. Yeah.
It has nothing to do with that. I'm saying if you are specifically doing it for a god, it's a little weird. That's all I'm just saying. I think that you're going out of your way for a being that supposedly has control of the universe, but he cares what kind of meat. He wants me to be on the Atkins diet, but you know, he also created the universe. It's those two things.
You're going keto for Allah.
Going keto for Allah.
Do something similar like that today? Can their words change even a little thing in someone else? Are people willing to give their own precious lives because of the words they have invented? Can they make millions of people memorize their words by heart?
Yeah, that's another thing. Another specifically Muslim apologetic is how impressive it is, because the more Arabic and the more Quranic Arabic passages that you have memorized. Two things. One, it's impressive. I'm not just like the film editing and my main man over here. The fact that, you know, you need to memorize, you want to know how to do a good song, you want to know how to act, you want to know how to do stand-up comedy. You got to do some memorization. That is a skill that is worked on over practice and dedication and passion. That is not a miracle. That is being as human as being human is.
There are people who have memorized pi to tens of thousands of digits. Tens of fucking thousands of digits long. I mean, there are movies I've seen so many times, I can almost recite the whole damn thing from start to finish.
And there is a interesting concept. I didn't even know about it until I looked at the Wikipedia, because I didn't see a lot about it in the movie. Well, I guess they did talk about it. They just didn't say it. But they can't use computers. Maybe I haven't read through the whole thing. Maybe I'm spoiling. I don't know. but they can't use computers, and they have people that master memorization skills because they no longer have access to computers, because the first law of the new Bible in Dune is that thou shalt make no artificial mind, which is such a weird thing. I had no idea Dune was about that at all until I looked. But yes, there is actually a new religion based off I don't want to say a semi-apocalyptic event, but where the robots almost gain control. And so now they're not allowed to make robots, and now they're not allowed to, they have these people instead who are analogs for computers that are just these memory calculation machines. But it's fascinating stuff.
That was in Star Trek Picard, the first season. The Federation passed some artificial life forms attacked the Mars colony, and then the Federation passed a law banning further development of artificial life forms.
It's an interesting concept, and you know, so many warnings out there. But I feel the same way. We should take artificial intelligence not lightly. We should take it seriously and with a heavy heart, because I think one day it's going to be, not to go too sci. Why not? We're in Dune. How sci-fi-ish can we get? It's going to be up to us to raise our artificial intelligence correctly so that we can assimilate into society.
It was somebody. It was a couple years ago. They were talking about some referendum on artificial intelligence in life and the ramifications of potentially giving some type of rights to artificial life, and like
it's going to be hard
the slippery slope that could lead to.
You know, because once you deal with things that can feel pain, the question will always be, you know, there's always going to be the skeptics. Yeah, but what can I say? You gotta at least try, right? Artificial, it's going to be complicated because it's going to be multiple things. It's going to be artificial life, artificial sentience, artificial consciousness. All of those things are going to be artificial, and but it's coming, and so hopefully we do it. Yeah, exactly. My only true warning would not to be, because most of the scientists will say we don't want to kill ourselves, and I would say the only way that we're not going to kill ourselves is if we treat these artificial beings as our children, is if we fully accept them. And I know that sounds weird and mushy, and having nothing to do with AI at all, but that's going to make the difference. I know that's going to make the difference.
They'll stop them from killing us once they realize they can.
I believe that if we treat them like others, if we treat them, I believe we're creating, to tie it back into subject, I believe we're creating what I call a God slave, is that we're creating beings that are amazingly smart, but they don't have will. And so they're God slaves. They can do everything, but they don't want to do anything. We have to give them. But once we actually start making beings that have wills, that are going to want to do stuff
on their own,
we're going to have to make a switch, and they're not going to be pets. It's not even that relationship. We may have artificial pets. That'll probably be the first step. But I want you to know this, a common theme, if we create an artificial mammal, okay, an artificial life, if we create an artificial dog, we're already at human. We're almost there. People think there's this big jump, but we're really trying to create this artificial mammalian thing, because then you just need to make the mammalian thing have some introspection and to know that they're a mammalian thing, and you've really gotten them past the final stage. And so it's really creating the mushy stuff. How do you make artificial? Sounds cheap when you say artificial love. I would reword that as love that would be generated from artificial chemicals. Because it's going to be real love. You know what I mean? Because love, when they always say, theists will often say God is love. But when we often take a look at what love is, it's really it's a mixture of it's the chemical bonds that we form with each other for specific reasons, both biological and then experiential, that then make us often do things. So we do things like we buy someone we know our lover loves chocolate milkshakes or something, and so you come home every Friday with a chocolate milkshake because you love them. And we can understand that from a natural mean, and it doesn't make it any less special because we understand it from a physical standpoint.
Right.
And the same will be. It's love, ladies and gentlemen. Sending more love into the world. It's like every crappy I was gonna say 80s movie, or really all the movies. It's love that'll free us, gentlemen.
Can their words defeat the biggest powers of the world today, like Russia and China? Can their words make people get up?
But yes, speaking of our transition from love into our skeptic and ranting at 100% proof the Quran is from God, he's now taking shots at the, I guess, China and Russia.
3 a.m. in the morning and pray.
Does Vladimir Putin know about
will fast for 1 whole month? No. Rather, they are in delusion.
Oh, they're in delusion.
They're in delusion. That's right, James. They're in delusion. Say, then bring 10 surahs like it that have been invented. We should just assume every time he's doing Arabic, we're just reading from the Quran.
Probably.
Would be funny if he was like just reading like an Arabic cookbook, like completely trolling.
And we would have no idea.
We'd have no idea.
That's what would be good to have Mubarak on.
وادعوا من استطعتم من دون الله إن كنتم صادقين.
In fact, we're actually going to be finishing up. We got 10 more minutes left of this video. It was a long one. We've been having fun, and then we're going to move into our 30 minutes of open mic where you could tell us where you agree, disagree, the yes, the no's of all the wisdom we have just been experiencing. Yeah, they know. Totally know. No deity except for theirs, sure. We know. This is what they all claim. You're just preaching.
And not for the choir.
Not for the fire, for the choir. Oh, James is back.
The ease
Sounds pretty.
by which the Quran
Now that is a funny claim. The ease by which the Quran is memorized. Okay.
is memorized. And the fact
Not that it's, I'm not saying it's any harder, less or hard to memorize than anything else. It's just a funny claim.
constantly repeating the Quran never makes a person tired. You never
What?
get enough of the Quran.
And
Okay.
you can memorize
What are you, a car salesman?
the Quran with an ease that is impossible for any.
This baby is so easy to memorize. It has the new 5G chip. It's LED lit. You're going to be going back and forth. You're going to be at a party. You're not going to be drinking, of course, but you're going to be spitting those mad verses at people.
You're going to be memorizing it, yeah.
Sign up now. Sign right on here on the dotted line. You want to sign? You want to sign?
Other book. Allah says in the Quran,
بل هو آيات بينات في صدور الذين أوتوا العلم.
this book is a clear recited verses that is preserved in the hearts of the people of knowledge.
ولقد يسرنا القرآن للذكر فهل من مدكر.
No other religious group memorizes its scriptures in total.
Okay. Not impressive. Not impressive. Like, I heart you. That is not evidence.
The fact that people sit around and read the damn thing over and over again until they memorize it is not, supernatural.
For us as Muslims, we don't
Yeah,
just
it's
have
completely
one or two
physical,
people
natural thing.
memorizing the Quran. We don't just have 10 people in a room.
The word you're looking for is cool. Cool. You memorized it. Impressive. Not evidence of a God. Evidence you have time on your hand. That is okay.
Well, and that's the thing, like I was saying, it's about taking up all your time on your knees, worshiping and reading about this God that you never have time to actually sit and wonder if he actually exists or not.
Yeah, amazing. They never seem to ask themselves, does God actually exist?
Forget about that. Just get on your knees and do your prayers and then go read the Quran.
And that's why a lot of them need those deistic arguments. Because you really can't with these type of personal stories.
Oh, Doorknob Head likes your beads, Amy.
That's right. I said, woohoo, sign me up.
Timbuktu that have memorized the Quran? No. Every single community of Muslims around the world has people that have memorized the Quran. They hafiz, a memorizer of the Quran, is a walking, living, talking miracle that the
No.
Quran is a book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What other book is there that can be memorized? 600 plus pages, 6,000 plus verses. And to top it all off, memorized in a language that is typically unknown to the guy who's memorized it.
You're on mute, Amy.
The little pot shots. I really like the gymnastics that you have to like just a whole hobgosh of just insult the prophet because he's amazing. Can't even believe the people memorized the language that no one knows except for everyone knows it around the world. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Okay, sure.
Pakistani hufad, African hufad, Turkish hufad, even modern Arabs don't speak classical Arabic, yet they're memorizing.
I'm gonna be honest to Freak. I'm not sure he knows what he's talking about.
That a 10-year-old child who does not even know one word of Arabic can recite the entire book from memory as if he is reciting straight from the page.
I'm sure he could have been learning other things that would actually be much more helpful in life, but okay.
And then chop the onions. And then add beef.
Then Gordon Ramsay throws his towel. Come on!
Oh. We really are going to do. It's only going to be a single one because I don't want to derail from our Skeptic Bible study. I don't want to take away from our sister Skeptic Aaron Ra's Quranic study, but we really do need to do just a single chapter of the Quran, because I have gotten many claims, and I've seen many atheists like myself before who have not read any of it before, and then the Muslim says, well, if you didn't read any of it, how can you know? And all you need is one chapter, because if a single chapter is,
if it doesn't blow you away,
yeah, then that's all we need to do. And I ended up reading The Cow, and then I ended up getting in a good debate with someone in one of the channels, like Thought Adventure Podcast, about The Cow, because his fetish with unbelievers starts right away. And so I find that strange for a God. I find that already right out of the gate to be not divine, holy, any word you want to use. And I'd like to share it with all of my non-believing community out there, as well as all the Christians or non-Muslims out there. And then, any Muslim that joins, you can come on and tell us all about the perfect wisdom that can only be memorized through Arabic. And it makes sense. It makes sense.
Praise Allah.
Praise Allah.
So, you want to put that fire out then, eh?
Yeah. By the way, that just reminds me of them. Hasn't talked about hell too much, except for a threat once, twice. But yeah, lovely Muslim and Christian concept, and Zoentarianism.
Amy finds herself in that position.
Oh my.
Sometimes.
On good nights.
Yeah. Oh, this is the former scriptures.
Oh. How could they have possibly known about other religions?
We don't even think this is that big of a deal. The very fact that we don't think it's a big deal shows.
I'm trying to take in that sentence. I'm really trying to be charitable. I'm trying to
let me help you. He's trying to say, oh, look, it's so common that people memorize the Quran that the fact that it's so common we don't even really think about it just speaks to how amazing it is.
So amazing.
How big of a deal it is. Because it's so common. And this clearly is one of the most tangible, one of the most clear evidences of this book being from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Every single practicing Muslim has memorized dozens of surahs.
Mm-hmm.
You don't understand, you don't know. Christians do not memorize their Bible. Go ask a Christian. The average Christian doesn't even know the Lord's Prayer by heart.
They don't read the Bible. Let's get them to read the Bible, and we'll get them to memorization later. In fact, memorization really, memorizing something is also not comprehension. So
that's true. It doesn't mean you understand it.
Yeah.
It just means you've memorized it. Doesn't mean you actually know what it's talking about.
I mean, that almost gets us into weird the Chinese picture box, or I'm trying to remember translation problem, where you could be translating Chinese one alphabet at a time from a different language and giving a message from Chinese to a different language correctly without ever knowing any of the messages. But if you just sit there and decode, they may have no idea what the hell they're saying. They literally, it could be gibberish they've memorized.
Actually, because remember, they say a lot of it, they don't even know the language. It's old Arabic. So A lot of them, they may just be saying things that they don't even really know what it means, because
Yeah.
it's not a language they understand. It's like when they used to do the old Catholic masses in Latin, and only the priest class would actually understand what the fuck they were saying.
Well, they liked it that way.
Jews don't memorize their scriptures. Buddhists don't even know their
They
scriptures.
don't?
We as Muslims, we memorize.
Oh, yeah.
There are Jews who spend years studying the Torah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was oral tradition. It was passed down for 1,000 years.
You go to the yeshivas today, and you'll see Jewish rabbis and scholars that spend 12 hours a day, or no, 18 hours a day. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
reading the Torah.
I had to memorize the Bible for my fucking bar mitzvah. That's ridiculous. Now that I'm thinking, it didn't prove anything. You know what it proved? It proved that my mom could fill a minivan. That's what that proved.
I mean, the preacher says he has basically most of it memorized.
I mean, memorization, it's a skill, but it's not evidence for a god or that the religion is true. You can memorize Lord of the Rings. That doesn't mean, and they hate those comparisons when we compare it to other books, even though I hold Lord of the Rings in higher reverence than the good book, as they call it. I find other better books. Same with the Quran. I've read one chapter. I can make that claim. I'm sorry. Feel free to show me if you're a Muslim, the chapter that you think is prettiest, most elegant, that shows the most amount of wisdom. Give it to me, baby. I want it. I want it, baby.
Take pride in memorizing.
But we never get it.
Harf by harf, dot by dot, tashkil by tashkil, ghunna by ghunna, mad by mad.
I like his passion,
the
though.
Quran has been memorized and preserved and authenticated like no other book. And we read it once, and we read it twice, and we read it 20 times, we read it 3,000 times, we keep on reading it. And once we finish reading, we start all over again. How many times can you read a novel? How many times do you read, no matter how good the book is, how often can you read that book?
Like how he's like, no matter how good the book is, even if I know that's not what he's implying, but even if the Quran isn't that good.
Tired of it after a while, 2 or 3 times, khalas, that's it. But the Quran, the righteous amongst us cannot live for one day without reciting it. The righteous amongst us, and inshallah all of us are striving for this.
And yeah, I agree. The same with the Quran and the Torah. I find immense value out of our Bible study, and it is not pushing me in the direction of Judaism. In fact, it's giving me a more adult context of the stories that we learn in Sunday school. Yeah, memorization is not comprehension. It's not knowledge, information, and definitely not proof or evidence. Yeah.
That the text is divine or magical somehow.
I know.
It just means,
this guy is funny.
You've got a good memory. You've got an ability to memorize shit. Congratulations.
Like, I would definitely have a non-alcoholic beer or whatever with this guy, but he sounds like a nice guy.
He can have the non-alcohol. He can have the non.
Yeah, but I would like I said, he sounds like a nice guy. Just my lordy, these claims. Heat Shield's like, I am out. Sending so much hearts to you.
Have a good night, Heat Shield.
Hope you enjoyed. We are actually only about 4 minutes at the end of this video, which means as we're watching the rest of this, I am going to get the link ready to send into chat. So if you would like to join us and say what you thought of your skeptic and ranting on 100% proof the Quran is from God, come join us. Whether you are atheist, theist, doesn't matter. We enjoy both viewpoints. You will get a opening up to 5-minute statement in our 30 minutes of open mic. And with that, we're going back in the 100% proof Quran is from God, proven once and for all with undeniable facts he claims. And once again, if you have watched this video, you only have 4 minutes left before you're converted, because apparently once we finish this, you know.
So if you have any bacon or ham in the fridge, now is the time to eat it, because in a few minutes that might send you to hell. Yeah.
Yep. So we're sorry, but we're giving you your preparation now, and
Preparation H.
Preparation H. There you go. Oh.
Cannot let any day go by except that they look in this book and they recite it. And they never get tired. And they never ever become bored.
Never ever. Also, that's why these claims are so. That's why you never say things like never ever. This is why this whole 100% certainty and absolute facts, that once again should be the moral of the story. Never ever. Like if I drug this guy into a courtroom, he would get the shit reamed out of him. Oh, really? You never ever? Do you ever eat? Do you ever sleep? Do you ever go to the bathroom? Are you saying it on the bathroom? And I'm not, like, I understand what he means from an emotional standpoint. I'm with him. I'm glad he's super excited. But when you take these claims literally, and we have to, because that's the whole point. It is not the metaphorical Quran. You got to scrutinize it. Don't say never ever if you're going to then tell me, well, I got to eat Cheez-Its and I'm not saying the Quran.
Oh, are you tired of saying the Quran?
Oh, you're tired? Oh, really? I'm sorry. We've only been up for 87 hours. We've just begun. We're reciting the Quran. Okay.
And we never get tired of it.
Never get tired of it. I understand what he means once again, but if you're going to make those statements and you're going to really imply them literally, then
Amy never tired of being on her knees.
Never get tired of being on my knees and doing shake weights.
Yeah. So, but Amy, you ate? You got off your knee? What happened? You're on mute, Amy.
That's right. I had to eat. I actually had to drink a glass of water. And so it took away from my one true passion, water. I realize why I say that. It's the Northeastern. It's like almost a touch of leaning towards, because Bostonians, they say their O's with an A. So you want to have a good glass of water. Oh,
I just say that because Ken Hovind.
Ken Hovind. Oh, I know.
That's how he says it.
I want to try. I got to drink of water. Well, I say water differently than I think, because I just know, because every time I'd be like, I need to go get a drink of water, and they're like, oh, you need to go get water? You need to go get water? I'm like, what? They're like, oh, you have an accent. I'm like, I do? What? Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, no. Do you? I don't know. We'll find out. You know what we'll do science. We only have 4 minutes left. I'm going to be sending that link into chat. So now is actually going to be, in a second, the time to turn those mics on and join us. Do. And by us, I am, of course, meaning more shake weights.
Clearly, the speech of Allah is not the speech of man.
Oh, clearly.
Pretty obvious, right?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and now I hope we understand the beauty of why and how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says this. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, they ask you for miracles. They want you to bring forth many, many miracles. Allah says, أَوَلَمْ يَكْفِهِمْ أَنَّا أَنزَلْنَا عَلَيْكَ.
You'd like to see some miracles then. Allah says they ask you for miracles. They want you to bring forth many, many miracles. Yeah.
How many?
How many? Can I have 3? I'll take 2 if you have. Isn't it sufficient? Isn't it enough for them to have revealed this book? No.
You have another. You have another my browser open.
That is recited for
Back
them.
going.
Verily, in it are signs and tokens for men of understanding. In the Quran
So?
is enough of a miracle. Allah is saying, why do you
It was
think
okay before.
this Quran is self-sufficient? So, my dear brothers and sisters in Islam, my dear brothers and sisters in Islam, you have in your possession the greatest, the grandest living miracle that Allah has blessed any prophet with.
A holy book. The same thing that all of these religions give us. We have the exact same thing. Great. Fantastic.
Exactly the same.
Concluding and parting advice to me and to all of you, cherish this miracle. Cherish it. Love it.
Not a
Read
miracle.
it, recite it, appreciate
You cherish
it,
it?
and announce this
Oh,
miracle to the
baby, do
world.
I.
And when we love the Quran, and when we show that love to the Quran, then indeed Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will bless us through the Quran and raise us because of the Quran and grant us the izzah and the peace and the honor that we want as a result of our love and dedication.
Just preaching at this point.
Yeah.
كتاب أنزلناه مبارك فاتبعوه واتقوا لعلكم ترحمون أن تقولوا إنما.
All right, and he's basically going over how it's been revealed, which is revelation, common.
Yeah.
They should even name a book after it. Common thing in religious scripture, religious theologies. And as this is now finishing up, I'm going to be sending a link into chat. Boom. And we will send loves and hearts, of course, to the video who gave us 100% proof Quran is from God, proven once and for all with undeniable facts from Digital Ummah.
I don't think
you
we
can
quite
go
got
check
the
out Ummah, where he gave us his explanation, and we should all be converted. I mean, I'll go.
I don't think we got that.
We got 90 seconds. We're about to become Muslims. All right, here we go. Whoever is guided. You are not the manager of them. God's gonna go straight Karen. And it was not possible for this Quran to be produced by other than Allah. Really? Really?
Not possible.
Not possible. That's why you always gotta read the fine print.
Yeah, they're an asterisk.
Assalamu alaikum. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome you all to Islam, apparently.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. Woo-hoo! And with that, we just got finished up the other side of Skeptic and Ranting. 100% proof Quran is from God, and my lordy, did he have a lot to say. I like how he tried to fit in. He's like, oh, I just did this short little video.
Just a short little piffy little.
Short little piff. Kind of like this little book. Just a short little thing.
Yeah.
Little light reading for the bathroom. But whew, my lord. So James, before we switch into the open mic, what do you think? It's a lot of wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fairly typical with what we expect when we analyze videos of claims like this. It's really par for the course. I guess it might be moderately convincing to those who are already in the faith and desperately seeking to cling on to it with every fiber of their being, just looking for something, anything for them to hold on to their faith. But for those of us outside, it's not very convincing.
Not very convincing. No, if you don't already believe in some sort of Abrahamic religious tradition, it's very hard to see why you would be converted. Why you believe? And all right, I am pinning the link in chat, though we already have the amazing Mark Reed with us backstage, which means we are going into 30 minutes of our open mic. So if you want to get in, now is the time to join, as we are Skeptic and Ranting, 100% proof. The Quran is from God.
Hey, Mark, welcome aboard.
What's up, Mark?
Hey, welcome to Islam. After watching that, we're all converted.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
What's your wife gonna say?
It is great to have you, and of course, I hope you're not only doing well, but what are your thoughts about all that wisdom we just experienced?
Oh, that was like Theist's greatest hits all over again. It's look at the trees. It's you know, the Bible says that the embryo is hanging, and it's like, do you really think someone that's miscarried, they wouldn't have cut them open to find out what happened and saw it hanging, kind of thing? It's so stupid to think that
the thing the baby's attached with,
it's so stupid to think, oh well, it's in a womb, so they wouldn't be able to tell. And it's like, it's not like they didn't have rudimentary medicine back there. They can do these things, and the stretch of like, oh, we predicted the Big Bang because it said the heaven and earth was in unity. So I know in Chinese mythology they said that the heaven and earth was unified in an egg or something. Like it's you could make that stretch with so many different religions, all that contradict each other, and say, hey, that's the one that counts because it predicted these things. It was sort of it was a real stretch for me. It didn't contain any kind of substance. The weak arguments of, oh, people cry when they read this book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and like I think Amy said, like that is not the only holy book that people cry when they read. It's the most ludicrous thing ever.
People find the Vedas, the Bible, the Vedas. People find their other texts equally as equal emotional responses.
Right. And like the weak evidence sort of, oh, but all of these people read and memorize it. Is that really our bar for whether something is real or not, whether people memorize it or not? I mean, people memorize Monty Python. It doesn't mean that the Black Knight scene actually happened.
I mean, if we had a bunch of skinheads memorize Mein Kampf, does that mean Hitler would be God?
Right, and the fact that the language spread around, it's like, well, Klingon spread around as well. It doesn't make it anything real.
Yeah.
I want to say that, hey, Christianity and Islam have the same standard, but seeing that is weak. Even on, I don't even see a Christian apologist presenting that weak in evidence. People cry when they read the Bible. So what? Who cares?
We cry when we read it, but for different reasons.
Well, yeah. I cry when I read my tax bill. It doesn't make numbers real. It's so stupid. It's quite frankly ludicrous. I found that completely unconvincing, and I'm gonna quit Islam again. I've decided I'm gonna deconvert. So I'm now an apostate.
Damn it. Well,
Yeah.
I guess welcome to the ex-Muslim community.
Yeah, well, actually,
Join
yeah. I
Randolph.
mean, good company.
True.
Randolph, really?
Randolph. No, Randolph's not ex-Muslim, but he did have a fatwa against him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Apostate Prophet is having a debate on MDD coming up soon, so and I like Apostate Prophet. He's really good.
He is awesome.
Yeah, I think I'll be watching that. So just letting you all know, that's coming up.
When is
Oh,
that?
and I tuned in for your debate today, Amy. Holy shit!
Oh no, so I think that was what happened, was that I think Praise just put up the stream, and I think
Yeah.
he put it up 2 days early, and then people saw it, because then Peter went to me, it was never supposed to be today. I don't think, you mean the one with Gavin?
Yes, yeah, that was up for
That's
like
on Monday. I know that it was set on the 19th, but I don't think that, but I don't think we had ever talked about that.
Yeah, I don't know why it was on YouTube set for today, kind of thing. Because I was really excited it was today.
As a placeholder.
Okay. You could
Yeah,
still be
maybe.
excited because it's going to happen.
I am
this
excited.
Monday.
So I'm not sure. It says the 21st for me at 1 o'clock. So wait, isn't that like 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, or like 12 o'clock Eastern time? Wow, that's pretty
I
late.
think he said, did he say 10? Maybe it's 10. Look up.
I don't know.
But for those wondering, I am going to be doing a debate between me and Gavin on Praise I Am That I Am's channel on the existence of God. And all right, I'll find
Should be
that. But thank you so very much,
Thanks, Mark.
And we are now going to roll into the open conversation, where we're going to be talking about the video for another 25 minutes, but then we are going to be closing shop and heading to the after show on Discord. But we thank all of you for joining us so far, because we've been having a long, fun night on 100% proof the Quran is from God. It had to be a little bit of a longer episode because, it was just like the preacher, James and I, we can't help but accept the dare. When a theist says, do this, this, and this, and it'll 100% make you a theist or a creationist or whatever flavor of ice cream their religion is, we can't help ourselves.
Like Amy
we get
is
excited.
just chomping at the bit to take that Ouija board and go into that haunted house and see what she can come up with.
We need to do a Ouija board episode, and let me tell you, folks.
I'm in. I'm so in. Come on, Ouija board.
Yo.
Can you get online Ouija boards?
Can you get?
And if not, can I patent this and sell it, because I see a big market in online Ouija boards. It's the way of the future.
That would be so funny. I'm now looking online Ouija board. We all put our hands on the mouse and we just but I am sending the link up on here. Is your fridge running?
Don't catch it, Amy.
She may be. I'll be right back, everyone. Let me put my jacket on. But sending love to Twitch. Woohoo! And where is that good old linku? Right down at the bottom, ladies and gentlemen. Come join us. I wish we had more. We've been getting more and more Christians. I've been excited to come on the channel. We're looking for some Muslims. It's also a late stream. Oh, that's, yeah.
Yeah. I'd love to talk to some Muslims. I really would. I must admit, I'm a bit weaker on the Quran. I'm not. I mean, we did have a Muslim at one point, but it got a bit.
Can I be honest with you, Mark?
That was Dr.
I think
Kevin.
the majority.
Lie to me, please.
I think a lot of atheists tend to leave that specifically to our ex-Muslim brothers and sisters as their
That's
shtick.
true. Yeah.
But I agree with you because that's why I specifically, just like I've done the contingency argument because I want atheists to have better arguments for when they come up against it. I want to do a chapter of the Quran. Just needs to be one, just a single one, not a whole week, moldy months series until we get to that point, because I have come across Muslims who have said, well, if you have never read the Quran at all, well, how
Right.
can you criticize it? So I want to try and get that validation. The same way that I like to get the validation from the Skeptic Bible Study that we are not picking and choosing what
Cherry picking,
passages.
as
We're
they
not
like. So
cherry
they
picking.
love to say that you're cherry picking it.
You're reading it out of context, is what they say.
And we are doing the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you could do. I mean, I don't know if there were some passages that are more, central to Islam than others. I mean, you've obviously got the ones in the New Testament, like Sermon on the Mount's very integral to the message that the people that believe in it are portraying. But I don't know if the Quran's got anything like that.
Cat grabbed the microphone.
Yeah, I saw.
He wanted to speak. They like the Muslim culture tends to, they like cats, they dislike dogs. Not always, but have more reverence.
Yeah.
For the,
I guess
unusual.
that's true.
I know that'll sound very random to Western ears. That is, I don't know 100% why, but that's why we need more Muslims coming on to explain or exo. Well, I will say I'm trying to remember. There's a few. There's Apostate Prophet. There is. I'm trying to remember. There's two different ladies that I hear. That I listen to often. In fact, this is a great stream for me to call them out. Give me a second, because I want to give out some love to our ex-Muslim. So I have Amina Sadar, No Love for Allah, and Messenger. She's awesome. She does live streams in 3 different languages. She does them in Urdu, Hindi, and English. And so check those out because they're a fantastic resource. I'm trying to remember who else. Apostate Prophet, who besides being kind of cute is also a good guy to take a look at. Apostate Aladdin, another great guy out there. I'm trying. He does streams with someone who I'm trying to remember. But there are so many great X's. The X communities are great little sub communities. I have found the X LDS community is very popular because I think that they come from just like in Islam, it doesn't do well for the outsiders of the religion. When you're on the inside, everything's going peachy dory, but these types of religions that cast aside even family members for deciding to not believe, they need a really strong social network. And I just want to send out hearts to the skeptic non-believer community because I think we have an amazing community. I think just, ex-Christians, whether you're ex-Protestant, ex-Catholic, whether ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. They're another strong one.
Ex-Mormons.
Ex-Mormons.
They're a very tight-knit community. Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's because the more I think that it is a response. It is a positive response to the negative response to how much of an opposite grown out of their old religious group. And Infidel Noodle, thank you. That's who I was looking up on Aladdin. Infidel Noodle is her name. It's also another great chica to go check out, subscribe to.
See, I once knew a girl that was Catholic and was marrying a Muslim guy, and her entire family boycotted the wedding, alienated her. Yep, just basically none of her friends' family would talk to her again. When I went to her wedding, she's like, "Are you sure you want to come?" Because Muslim. I'm like, well, I don't believe in Allah. I don't believe in God. Yeah. Nothing much has changed for me. I couldn't believe that all of her, her supposedly, charitable and kind religious friends and family had just abandoned her when she just decided to change religion. It was shocking.
I mean, it's in so many of these religious traditions. A story that is going to now stick with me is our last few Bible studies, the javelin guy in the interfaith marriage. The fact that God basically did not like, he said that the Israelites were committing whoredom, i.e., that they were two different faiths getting together and probably making a family, and the dude literally shoved a javelin through their stomachs. So it runs deep in a lot of these religions. Like I said, I hate it. I hate the language of chosen people coming from my family. Don't like it. Not that they use it, but just that whole concept. I don't like tribalism, and we really need to do an episode.
We're the chosen people. You're not.
But from the outside, you look at the language that's like throughout this Islamic clip, and there is no difference between the language they use and the language a Christian uses for two totally separate things. And this is kind of the point that I'm making. Like, if you've got two people and they're both saying, "Hey, I'm right," and using the same reasons, what reason do you have for believing either of them? It's kind of none. And it's sort of, well, you can't both be right, and you can't come up with a reason why yours is right and theirs is wrong, because they're saying exactly the same thing. But for some reason, there's something in their brains that says, hey, but what I'm saying is unique and special, and it is correct. But how do we know that? It's exactly what the other person's saying. Yeah.
No, it's just it's also why the deistic claims like Kalam bother me in the opposite respect, because then they work for all gods.
They're so general.
Sure. They are. But, the original Kalam doesn't even have God in it. It just says the universe has a cause.
Only William Lane Craig's random...
That's right, yeah. It's kind of it's kind of Kalam adjacent kind of thing, because he adds a whole load of very weak...
It's DLC, Mark. That's all it is.
DLC, yeah. WLC, DLC, yeah. Absolutely. No, he adds a whole bunch of really weak premises to it, like, the universe had to be created by a mind because only minds create minds, and that's like, well, what created the original mind? Let's just skip past that and to these things, and it's got to be timeless, spaceless. All of these extra riders on the end. Yeah, it's really weak arguments. But he sort of, I think he uses the Kalam as sort of a jumping board to get all this other stuff in, and then sort of presented it, well, that's God. And it's like, well... But there's nothing wrong with the original Kalam. It's okay, I guess. I have problems with it, but... universe had a cause. That's okay. I'm cool with that.
What I don't like about them is they're all just very vague. Is that they're trying to find something you can agree with, so that they could make you agree with something that you don't believe in. So but I agree with you in that. You could even accept both. I've done it to where I've accepted both premises, and I've tried to get them to the opposite conclusion. Like you can do all sorts of weird things. It's just if you can't prove that we even need it, they're trying to also come up with something like, why do you need a cause? Do you need to have this first cause thing? And it's like, well, you'd have to prove they're the. But I don't know. I just wish that they would either defend their actual religion, which is what we mostly heard from tonight. But some of these claims were to, or they go in the way of these presuppositional / contingency and all this type of arguments. I don't know which one's better. But my question for you also, Mark, have you ever heard this linguistic thing with the pharaohs? Were you on when that guy came? So what do you think about that? So there's a apologetic that says that the Bible misinterpreted the Moses story or some of the pharaohs, and they weren't supposed to be pharaohs. They were actually kings. And the Quran actually gets the word king right.
Yeah, it's semantics. It's just word games, like any other definition game that they try to play. Like, this word doesn't actually mean this; it means this. And because our holy book had the right word in, then the entire rest of it must be correct. Even if that was true, even if that was 100% true, which, I mean, I'm sure we can talk to Pat, and most archaeologists would absolutely disagree. It doesn't prove the rest of the book true. It just means they got one thing right. But even that is it's so murky. If that's not, Pharaoh was just the leader, what their leader of their people was called. You could call it, I suppose, an emperor if you wanted, if they ran an empire. You can. There's language changes over time. I really take issue with this idea that words they have intrinsic meanings that can't be changed, and they have to mean this. And no, they're just sounds that we produce, that we ascribe meaning to, and they change over time, and they have all kinds of nuance to them. And over in this country they may mean this thing, and over in this country they may mean another thing. I mean, you talk about a fag in England and you're talking about a cigarette. There's different meanings to these words.
And when you're in Boston, you talk about a fag. I just wanted to do my Boston accent again.
Okay, I'll pay that. Well, I mean, and look at, in the same vein, like if you look at the word gay, like it used to mean happy, and that's it. That's all. Now it means something completely. Words change, and they have different meanings, and they have nuance, and they don't have intrinsic meanings. They just don't.
And if I could just to piggyback off that, because they made a claim in there that it looked like a dude's TED Talk that went off the rails. That was like, how could language have even formed? And it was like, I don't know, two guys looked at a river and went, brrrr, brrrr. You see the brrrr? And then every time they looked at it, they were like, brrrr. It's really, I hate to say it's not rocket science, because it really isn't. Like, we're going to call this the bloom. This is the bloom. And then you go, hey, can you hand me the bloom? And you then all of a sudden you put two and two together. And when someone says, can you hand me the bloom? And you're just staring at it, someone's going to say, look, I told you it's the bloom. Doesn't matter that it's that we call things, you could doesn't matter what the name is. A rose by any other name is still a rose. You can say, people want to call this magnifying glass. Yeah, magnifying. You can say this is. We could call this magnifying glass. It could be bloom. It could be whatever we give those vocal things.
And
out
it
of our
wasn't,
mouth hole.
it wasn't like Arabic was the first language to ever come into existence. You know, it wasn't like there were these people running around grunting and then Arabic formed
Yeah,
kind
dead
of thing. You know,
Arabic.
like
Exactly.
yeah, I mean, it's probably been around for a long time, maybe thousands of years, but humans have been around for a lot longer. Even if you believe in young Earth creationism, that's what 6,000 years that humans have been around, according to them. It's still like before that. It was, I believe, I'm not an expert on this, but I think it was Persian that it sort of stemmed from, an old Persian language. But it's probably changed a lot from how it used to be to today, because that's what languages do. But they're talking like, people were just grunting and could suddenly speak perfect Arabic, which is just ludicrous. Like we know how languages form. We know how, primitive species communicates, or less intelligent species communicates, and we can extrapolate how language formed from how they communicate. It's not hard to predict that if some repetitive sound is used to designate something, then that's going to form into part of the language.
Patterns will form and words will evolve. Yeah.
Form naturally. And also, I just want to say, we got about 10 more minutes before we're heading over to Discord. So any atheist, of course, but theist and Muslim especially, now is the time to join. We will give you as much time as you want to talk, though. The floor will be all yours. But we're sending loves. And I'm sorry, Mark, it sounded like you were just about to say something.
Yeah, Dornodheb says, what about Zamboni? Hey, atheist, explain Zamboni. Wasn't that the name of somebody? Wasn't that somebody's name? Like the person that invented the ice thingo? I think it was somebody's name. So does that explain it, DKH? I don't know.
Let's look. Zamboni, an ice resurfacer?
Yes.
Okay. I'm interested.
That's what... Did you ever see Deadpool? That's what he was riding on when he ran over the guy, the ice thing that...
I do remember that.
Yeah. And I think he even says, like, you're going to be killed by a Zamboni. Like, yeah. Hey, man, I know what a Zamboni is, and we don't even have ice over here. Like, that's just crazy. Oh, James says your beautiful face. Bring it back.
Well, we're going to actually bring in another beautiful face with 10 minutes left to go. Ooh. We got the freak. What is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on do.
Hey, Amy, I'm not getting sound on this StreamYard.
Oh, really?
Can you give me 1 minute?
Sure.
Just check
I won't
your
even put you backstage. We'll just keep you on. We'll keep on talking. When you come, talk. But if you just joined us at the very end, we are put you backstage. We'll just keep you on. We'll keep on talking. I'm gonna mute you for 1 second. Now I'm gonna unmute you. But if you just joined us at the now I'm gonna mute you again. Backstage.
Little bit of an echo.
I think I was letting him find out though. All right. Look, we'll let him figure that out. We are 100% proof the Quran is from God. I think this is going to be our deck for the night. We're about to finish up. It was a fun one, though. I enjoyed this. I like. There was a few things we could have done tonight, and I told James, and I think he had the same vibe. It's just, these type of claims, when someone says 100%, you're gonna believe, we're gonna want you to put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, can't stay away from that.
Yeah, and I think I actually found this one really funny because it's just that the claims are just so weak. Look at the fetus.
And I will say
it hangs.
I know. What? Yeah. Can I say the classic Muslim apologetic I've gotten for years is chewed gum, which has never been impressive, and I always have to be like, every time they say it to me, oh no, that makes complete scientific sense. Like, that is something you say to your buddies while you're drinking. Hey, it looks like chewed gum.
Chewed
But
gum.
the fact that they gave us but it hung. Like, that's the apologetic, but it hung, the umbilical cord. I don't even know where, like, my hand could have went through my face.
Yep.
But Amy hung.
And it's important to remember that a whole, like, you see, what sort of occurred to me was they were trying to do it in volume kind of thing, which is a lot of, all theists do this to a certain amount of degree. They'll just do one claim after another, after another, after another. And I noticed that with Dr. Ben Sturgis's debate, where he just kept addressing what Stuart said. This was in Modern Day Debate the other day. And he kept addressing every single claim that he made. And then he just went to another thing, and then another thing, and then another thing. And this was like that. It was like, oh, but this and this verse and this verse.
Can't make anything
like, I want to stress that, like, a whole bunch of really weak evidence doesn't make it good evidence. It's just like, a whole bunch of circumstantial evidence in a court case doesn't make it good evidence. Now, even if you've got a ton of circumstantial evidence, it doesn't make it good evidence for somebody doing something. You do need some good evidence, not just a whole bunch of weak claims, essentially.
I agree. Oh, no.
I would just say one Bible verse saying a bunch of people saw the resurrected Jesus is actually just one source. We don't count it as multiple sources.
Right.
Yeah. No, it's just one source, and not a reliable one at that.
And it's hearsay.
And exactly, it's hearsay. And all right, to Freak, I think you're going to be our last speaker for the night. I thank you
Intro,
as
outro.
always. We love. Yeah, well, I'm trying to. Trying
And
to
we'll give him
think
a couple minutes, maybe.
Basically, we've got 5 more minutes. But
I had an interesting conversation with the Freak in the chat, and I'd love to talk to him because.
So exactly. Well, hold on. I'll let you interact, but I do want to give it to Freak just a chance.
Oh, of course.
To so we have been skeptic and ranting on the 100% proof Quran is from God. I think you might have an interesting take to Freak because I saw you making some comments in the live stream. So I hope you're doing well. And what were your thoughts?
Thank you. Yeah, the program was, it wasn't connecting the dots for me, and it was actually pretty bad. It was pretty bad, and the only thing that actually made any sense and which I agreed with was the part where it talks about how it references the Bible, and that really is the best proof that it is from God. But the thing is, you have to believe, that the Bible, is from God first. So, like, all those references and stuff to Noah, to Abraham, to, Jesus, to all of it. Well, if you don't believe the Bible, you can't really prove that it's from God. It's very difficult, Otherwise, you're talking about some random desert guy with a mobile fruit stand, and and all of a sudden he just declares war on the world, and he happened to conquer, like the world at that time or whatever. So that's really the best argument. First of all, you have to be a believer, and then you can reference all those different references to the Bible. And then there's one other thing that I particularly reference, and that is the book of Psalms 136 and Surah 55. And if you know those, or if you go through them, it's kind of, I call it, it's the same song with a different hook, is the way I describe it. And basically, it's a praise, kind of a psalm. God is the, oh, give thanks unto God. He's the God of gods, for his mercy endureth forever and ever. And the Surah is like, who created you out of clay or whatever. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? And it's the same spirit that's coming through in that song with a different hook, and that should, for any real believer, kind of solidify the connection between the Bible or Christianity and Judaism, Christianity, and to Islam. But of course, most don't believe that. So
I have one more question, and then instead, I'm going to let Mark and you have like the last one or two questions before we go into our outros. But it seemed that he was, when he was taking pot shots towards the pagans, that you had some sort of objection that caught your eye.
Oh, you're saying that to me, or
I was talking to, yeah, it's because he seemed maybe it was a different passage that I'm thinking of, but he was trying to, it was in between when he was trying to take kind of a pot shot at the pagans and then a pot shot at the Jews and Christians.
Oh
It
yeah,
was like,
well, yeah. He was saying that well, this is proof that the pagans that were Abraham's father, the whatever idols they were worshiping, well, they weren't worshiping this particular elements or whatever he was saying, versus whatever the pagan Arabs were worshiping or whatever. I didn't really find the connection there, and it was kind of a strange argument. I think that's
some of his
when I kind of
arguments
put
were
in those surahs that basically kind of said, where actually Allah is saying, it is He who is the Lord of Sirius, which actually should freak out a lot of people. But trying to compare whatever Abraham's father was supposedly worshiping versus what the pagan Arabs, is somehow coming up with, well, Muhammad, he was a true prophet because he didn't know about any of those. I don't know what it was trying to say. Actually, it was weird.
It was. And all right, thank you so very much. And then it seems like you do have a question on your my mark, but then if you want, hey, we sent James back to hell. No, he sells timeshares there. But then I'm gonna let you do so. Maybe sounds like 3. Ask your question, and then maybe 1 or 2 more in which Defreak answers, and then we are gonna head to our outros.
Well, I just thought that the Islam doesn't sort of repudiate the Old Testament; it still acknowledges it. So I don't get how, if 2 verses are similar, if one was inspired by the Old Testament, which Islam say it was, and the Old Testament is still the Word of God, then why is it showing a connection between the two? I don't. What do you mean by that?
In terms of the Psalms 136 and the Surah 55,
yes,
it's the same song with a different hook. Basically, it's the same. David was a prophet as well, and so when you're receiving, revelation from God as a prophet through the Spirit, this kind of shows that they were receiving the same Spirit.
How?
Is what it should, what a born again Christian should be able to detect or discern.
But couldn't I just read the Old Testament and write something that has the same song with a different hook without receiving the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, I guess you could, but the fact that we know, I think that's pretty certain that Muhammad was not a literate man, and that maybe he heard a story or two, but he gets into some really particular details on like the story about Joseph and things about Abraham, and even like Adam and Eve and other things that he more likely wasn't reading these things or writing these things. It was him receiving it, speaking it out, and the scribes writing it down.
But couldn't he have been told the story even if he couldn't read?
Well, sure, he could have been told the story, but I mean, going back to that program, I mean, I guess it had a part right where it was like, I don't think there was as much influence of Judaism or Christianity in that part of the Arab Peninsula at the time that he would, constantly be hearing of these things. The pagan Arabs had kind of their own, whatever they were worshiping, kind of a thing.
But they acknowledged that the Old Testament, they were aware of the Old Testament, and they were inspired by the Old Testament. So what methodology, how can we determine whether it's just people that have heard these stories and been recited these stories and taken these stories and then used it for inspiration for their own work, which, as inspired works generally will sort of be very similar to the earlier work, and how can we tell what God has done in all of this to make this? How do we know that Muhammad wasn't inspired by this work and was instead inspired by God?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say that surely there was some influence. Like people heard the stories, just like when in the
Sure.
Bible the Jews went to Jericho and they heard that the Israelites were coming or whatever, and the walls fell down. They knew who the Israelites were, so I'm sure that they knew who those other people were. They probably traded with them and they exchanged stories or whatever. But some of the details and some of the revelation that comes from what we read as the Quran are things that wouldn't just be repeating some story. It's a lot more in depth, I would say, or maybe detailed isn't the greatest description, but it's a lot more in depth kind of a knowledge than just some story myth. Sitting around a campfire drinking a glass of wine or something.
And I will say, Mark, see if you can do your final question.
Okay, I just don't think there's any way to tell whether somebody has, really listened to a lot of these stories, and people that don't read generally have very good memories because they don't write stuff down, they have to, has read it, and I think it's a big leap to say, hey, this shows that God was involved somewhere, when the story was clearly in the area. They took inspiration from it, and to sort of add this God into the mix, I think that's unfounded. And that's really my final thought for that one. I just don't see where the God involvement is necessary. I understand that it's sufficient. I don't get that it's necessary.
And then, DeFreak, you're going to have the final comment, and when you're done your point, tell me, because we're going to roll into our outros. I'm going to let Wesley do an intro, outro, and then we're all going to head over to our Skeptic and Ranting after show. But all right, DeFreak, the point's yours, and then tell me when you're done, and we're rolling in outros.
Well, I think Mark is right in terms of what is sufficient enough for to be able to just say, hey, he was just repeating stories or whatnot. But I know that it's more than that because of some of the content, some of the specific things that he says. I'm actually trying to pull up a verse right now that even an Arab would, or a non-believer would not be able to really even express unless it was under inspiration. But like I say, the Psalm 136 versus the Surah 55, if you read through it, you can see, I mean, if you're a spiritual person, you can sense the spirit that's kind of within both of those. And so it's the same spirit within both of those, and it's the same God. That's one thing. And another thing that the Quran does as well is, besides the reference to the Bible all the time and Joseph, Abraham, and stuff like that, is that he I guess I don't know if he has visions or if he's just describing kind of the torments of hell and being in hellfire and what it's going to be like, when you have your skins, burned through, and then he puts more skin on you just so he can burn you through again, and those kind of things. Drinking water that's like boiling water and having it poured on you. And these are the kind of the future prophecies that Muhammad had versus some of the other prophets that said what's going to happen in the world and world events. He was like telling us about what hell was like and what heaven was like or is like. I don't know if that answered the question, but
Thank you so very much, the Freak, and
Thanks,
thank
DeFreak.
you, Mark. And all right, guys, we are about to go slip into our outro statements
Send them in,
before we
Amy.
head over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord. But with that, James is right. We are sending
Mime
in
time.
the mimes, and Wesley is going to be the one giving us his intro outro tonight as we begin our Skeptic and Ranting outros on 100% proof the Quran is from God. What is up, Wesley? I hope you're doing good tonight. We have been asking ourselves if there is 100% proof that the Quran is from God, and that is the question I am asking you tonight. What are your final thoughts?
My thoughts on the Quran are this. October 10th, 2005. I was asleep in a psychiatric ward, and Jesus loosened Satan upon me. And it was like an electricity that entered into my skin, and I was paralyzed. I could not move. And my mind, I call it rape, was forced to think these words. I shall turn and toss you violently like a ball. And those words were never uttered by a voice, but they were as loud as a spoken voice in my mind that night. And then it left. Didn't last but a few moments. And that was Satan, and he was able to get into my soul and possess my mind and say those words. And that is how Satan used Muhammad to write the Quran. And Muhammad heard voices exactly like that, all of them that Satan, and wrote whatever that Satan in his head told him. But had that been done to Muhammad for a long period of time, it would have killed him. Had that been done to me for longer than a few moments, it would have killed me. And then Muhammad looked at the Bible and read verses of it. And where it would say God, he would change it to Allah. Or he would pervert the verses just a little bit here and there to make it sound godly. And that is how the Quran was written.
Thank you so very much, Wesley. It was great to get you on right at the end. An honor to have you. And feel free to join us at the after show. Sending so much love as we move right down the line. Da Freak, we have been Skeptic and Ranting, 100% proof the Quran is from God. I hope you had a fun time tonight. And what are your final thoughts?
Well, that's the one of the explanations for how the Quran was written. But even one of the verses in the Quran, it says, if you can produce even 10 surahs like what I have, go ahead, call on your God and write them down or whatever. Well, plus, we also know that Muhammad was illiterate, so I don't know how he's going to sit there and read the Bible, kind of manipulate it and try to just change it up enough to basically be different, especially as a 40-year-old mobile fruit stand marketer, and then decides to just take over the world on a whim.
You can have them say exactly what I said.
So, I just want to say that I don't think that that's the way it happened. Wesley, if I agree that he had his vision, then why couldn't Muhammad have had his vision and just spoke out his prophecy, and the scribes wrote it down for him? Because that's what we know, according to the history, is what happened. Thank you.
And Jesus would just show them all in a vision how Muhammad was forced to write.
Someone's broadcasting over to Freak. Could just mute your microphone if you're not.
Yeah,
speaking.
the Freak. I think the Freak is done, but.
Oh, okay, sure.
So, and with that, we are now going to go right down the line. Thank you so very much, DeFreak, and thank you very much to both my theistic brothers and sisters. I guess my brothers tonight, both Wesley and DeFreak. But we are going to go right down the line. Mark Reed, we have been skeptic and ranting on tonight's episode.
So much, you did a pause. You don't give me a pause. I'll jump straight in.
You go.
No, you finish. I'm good. You finish.
You can hear what that was the gears were turning, but you 100% had a pause. But on this Skeptic and Ranting, 100% proof Quran is from God. Floor is all yours, Mark.
Oh, we're all convinced of Alan now. Yeah, so I really want to thank DeFreak for coming on and talking to me and answering my questions and posing some back. It's always great to talk to people. Wesley, I don't think we've met. I'm Mark Reed. I really would like to ask you some questions. What happened to Muhammad? Who knows? We don't know. Was it God? Was it devil? Was it somebody that he knew was a Christian, read him out this stuff, and then he wrote some stuff back? And just because of the fruit stand owner doesn't mean he isn't an incredible poet. A lot of poets have had very menial positions, especially back in sort of those days. You can't just say, oh well, this must have happened because these extraneous circumstances are around it, and nothing leads me to believe that anything divine is happening here, or demonic for that matter. Just because somebody writes something doesn't mean he's been inspired, and I don't see any reason why we should think that he's inspired by anything other than human creativity. I mean, Shakespeare wrote some amazing stuff, added so many words with so many meanings that were incredible. The words hadn't existed before. And you might go, oh, well, he was inspired by God, but all it seems to be is human creativity, and there's no reason to think it's anything else but. This really didn't do anything for me to convince me that Muhammad was inspired by God or any kind of demon. It's just the same claims over and over again. Look at the trees. The book seems to say this, and it's a long stretch to get to the end of the road. It's the same tired arguments over and over. But thank you so much for having me on, and thank you very much to the audience for tuning in, and as I said, the theists for coming on. DeFreak and Wesley, thank you for being here, and thank you, Amy and James. I always love to talk to you.
Absolutely, lovely having you on as always, Mark. And all right, we're gonna be heading to the Discord in a second, but I'm handing the keys back to the pilot.
Do you really want to do that?
James, I am 100% sure with undeniable facts.
Well, I think we came in just a little under the 100% threshold. It was a pretty good effort. It was a decent effort. It was a well put together video, presentation wise, but not very convincing in terms of substance. But I want to thank everybody for coming along the ride with us, and come on, check us out at the Discord, and we'll see you guys on a future episode. There's evidence that even William Shakespeare might have been illiterate at some point in his life, but he was still able to produce amazing works of literature. So crazy shit can happen. Thanks, guys.
Woohoo! Oh, and hey, I see who I haven't seen in forever. What is up?
Wesley.
Cran wasn't in.
No, not Wesley. Who is that? Marshall.
Marshall. Sup, Marshall?
Hey, Marshall.
Cran wasn't written down until after Muhammad's death. No reason to leave him. Hey.
Hey, Marshall.
And all right. Yeah, I will say, my hashtag, as always, Oz has Jesus. I just kind of have why prophets? Hashtag why prophets? I really don't understand why you have that one-on-one God connection. That doesn't need to be the last. I just don't even get why Moses would even exist. And Moses is about to die. Oh my lord.
Moses is a myth.
Moses is a myth. That's generally, unless you're a literalist, that's the one we can all agree on.
Yeah. Yep. Moses is a myth.
And all right, I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. 100% proof Quran is from God, where tonight we watched a video from Digital Ummah in which he claimed his testimony would prove once and for all with undeniable facts that 100% proof the Quran is from God.
But we denied it anyway.
I was going to say, are we all Muslim? James, Mark?
Undeniable facts that we denied anyway.
Damn,
I've got a semi-Muslim.
Semi-Muslim? Oh, God damn it. Got a semi. That's okay. It's the morning. There's ways to take care of that.
Muslim light.
50% less God. We actually had Yahweh join us in stream. Fantastic. Well, but I want to thank my co-host, James W., along with our guests, Mark, the Freak, and Wesley, along with the lovely people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoyed the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Then hit that bell icon to all so you can join our live streams. After the show, we will be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below. So come join us for more fun, or hey, leave a comment once the video's done. Lastly, if you'd like to help us make even more fun content, we offer some unique perks for our supporters by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.